believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is our Truth Tuesday show. We'll be talking about a recap of the 9/11 event from last week, which is kind of important. But most of all, we'll be talking about the truth and how we've been lied to, many different levels of lies. There's supposed to be a case where Kavanaugh was mischaracterized as being a groper again, and Ramirez was the woman that was groped at this event, and people are claiming that he basically thrust his genitals in front of her, or a friend of his at the fraternities pushed his body into the woman's hand. And now Trump is all over the place denying that happened, and asking for the New York Times to completely surrender. Yeah, they don't want to. Basically, he's saying everyone should resign at the New York Times because they made claims that Kavanaugh groped people. The reason why Donald Trump is protecting Kavanaugh is partly because Kavanaugh got him everything he wanted, and all of the Republicans too, and Democrats, because in 2011, Kavanaugh was the one that ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. So our Democratic leaders and our Republican leaders have been actually getting lots and lots of money from Russia. And that's why Mueller couldn't answer that question during the testimony a month ago now. So Kavanaugh is instrumental to maintaining the flow of foreign government money into our government's coffers and into political offices. So he's protecting Kavanaugh, and he's desperate to protect Kavanaugh. So he's asking everybody at the New York Times to resign. I call for the resignation of everybody at the New York Times involved in the Kavanaugh smear story. And while you're at it, the Russian witch hunt hoax, which is just as phony. Now, this guy is covering his ass all the time because Donald Trump is guilty as hell of Russian collusion. And the Democrats are too weak to actually prosecute him. He's also complicit in obstruction of justice at every level. Yeah, thank you, man. I want to say that our show over at, our show over at 153news.net has already got 547 views regarding Epstein is alive. And I wasn't shocked to see that, because I know a lot of people are beginning to be completely aware that Epstein's part of the intelligence community and they're protecting him. And this reveals the corruption in our two-party system. Not only are they protecting gropers like Kavanaugh, who the woman Ramirez said he basically stuck his penis in her hand, and she was just a young woman in a college, had never been involved with a man at all, and this guy thrusts his penis in her hand. You can only imagine how she felt. She was waiting for the right man in her life. Pretty woman, too. And it just sickens me to think that that guy is occupying space in the Supreme Court when he's done such devious deeds, and now Trump is getting real angry at New York Times because they actually did the right thing. Can you see what's going on? Anytime Trump is caught in a corner, he obstructs justice. He uses his department illegally, just like he did last week, claiming that, oh, the hurricane's going to Alabama. Well, no, it wasn't. You thought Alabama was the Bahamas. You're somehow unable to actually look at a map, Donald. You called it the Alabama, the Bahamas. But now, having misused the Secretary of Commerce against NOAA executives, forcing them to corroborate your story against science, is the lowest blow anyone could do. That's what Trump does. He obstructs everywhere he turns. So you people realize now that Trump is on his basic spiel every day of lying incessantly, and we're supposed to sit back and watch our country slide into a chasm, a potential war zone with Iran, just so he can change the subject. Attacking Iran is a good, easy way to change the subject. We're dealing with a venomous personality that is dangerous to the future of this country, and the Democrats are going, well, maybe 2020 will help. And then the idiots that are out there that are running, like Beto O'Rourke, are asking to get rid of all weapons. Now, most Americans, mind you, are not going to get rid of their weapons. Over 66% of the country support the right to bear arms against all efforts against gun control. Now, this guy wants people to get rid of their weapons.
If the high impact, high velocity round, when it hits your body, shreds everything inside of your body, because it was designed to do that so that you would bleed to death on a battlefield and not be able to get up and kill one of our soldiers. When we see that being used against children, and in Odessa, I met the mother of a 15-year-old girl who was shot by an AR-15, and that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour.
Oh, really? How come there's no actual photographs of anyone being shot at Parkland shooting, at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting? How come we don't have any CCTV footage of Nicholas Cruz near that shooting? But we have an eyewitness that said that basically he was walking away when gunshots were in the background. This guy wrote a story about wanting to murder children. He also was in a hit-and-run accident with a .134 alcohol level where he tried to flee the scene of the crime, where he nearly killed people. This is the kind of scumbag that the Democrats put out in front of the American people to talk about gun control. Gun control is a New World Order plan. It's designed to get rid of our weapons so that we become open and easy for a global world authority to take us over. And Donald Trump is a deep state player, just like Hillary Clinton would have been. These people are Zionists. They are controlled by the Zionist elite that are trying to push their New World Order philosophy on all of us. And the only stand we're going to have is to build this third party. Otherwise, you might as well give up your freedoms, your rights, and ask to be zip-tied and RFID chipped and sent to the FEMA camps. And don't forget the vaccinations they're going to stick in you. That's your future if you don't pick a third party right now. Okay, a person named Corey Lewandowski says, I have no obligation to be honest with the media. Interesting. Under questioning from counsel Barry Burke during House Judiciary Committee impeachment hearing on Tuesday, This is the first hearing Nadler put together. Former Trump campaign manager Corey Lewandowski was forced to defend a video in which he appeared to lie to MSNBC host Ari Melber. Yeah.
May 14th, 2019. Excuse me. I'm going to show it to you from February 22nd, 2019. Let me show it to you. Excuse me. May 14th, 2019. Thank you.
I don't ever remember the president ever asking me to get involved with Jeff Sessions or the Department of Justice in any way, shape, or form ever.
Did you hear that, sir? That was you saying on MSNBC, you don't ever remember the president ever asking you to get involved with Jeff Sessions or the Department of Justice in any way, shape, or form. That wasn't true, was it, sir?
I heard that.
And that was not true, was it?
I have no obligation to be honest with the media just because they're just as dishonest as anybody else.
Wow. Holy moly. Trump's entire team of dumb, you could tell he's drinking too, he's slurring his words. Dumb imbeciles that are standing there trying to defend what they did by saying they have no obligation to tell the truth to the media because it's all fake news. So Trump's using that technique for obstruction too. Can you believe this? Thank you, Scissor Fight. Unreal. We've got more on that hearing. It's been going on. We've got the full 11 minutes. Actually, it's a full 1 hour, I think we've got. No, 11 minutes. Nadler put together the first impeachment hearing, and it's amazing he was even able to pull this off because Nancy Pelosi just doesn't want an impeachment. Yeah, so that we've got that video on tap. This is pretty much what he said.
2 days before meeting you, the president had called White House counsel McGahn at home on a Saturday to fire the special counsel, saying, and you can see that on the screen, Mueller has to go. Call me back when you do it. Plain and simple. But McGahn refused. When the president asked you to deliver that message, did the president tell you that 2 days before your meeting, his White House counsel had refused to fire the special counsel?
The White House has directed me that I not disclose the substance of any conversations with the president.
You are not
or his
allowed
advisors.
to answer whether the president told you he called his counsel at home on Saturday to remove the special counsel, and his counsel said no. The president had also personally called Sessions at home and asked him to unrecuse himself and oversee the special counsel's investigation, and Sessions said no. When the president asked you to deliver his message to Sessions, did the president tell you that Sessions had already said no? Volume 2, page 107?
Again, Congresswoman, I recognize that the privilege is not mine, but I've been asked by the White House to... Congresswoman, I'd be happy to answer your question, or you can just have a conversation by yourself. But if you'd like to ask me a question, I'll be happy to answer.
I'm going to continue. The reason is
well, then don't ask me a question if you don't want to hear my answer.
I'm reclaiming my time. This is a House judiciary, not a House party.
So if you ask me a question, give me the opportunity to answer your question.
The very campaign the special counsel is investigating. I'd like my time restored, please, of his interruption.
Okay, so Nadler's getting his house in order. He's starting the attempt to put the impeachment process in order. Thank goodness. It's better late than never, I guess. It's obvious that Trump has committed multiple felonies, and this man's attempt to stonewall the question implies that he's willing to commit obstruction of justice in the process. And he doesn't take it seriously, and he thinks this is the media. No, this is a House investigation, dude. And you could go to jail for stonewalling them. So this entire administration of Trump is flippant and could care less about telling the truth because they've been getting away with lies for 3 years. Unbelievable. Trump administration allows pork slaughterhouses to have fewer USDA inspectors. Look at this. Not only does he allow China to run our pork operation, Smith Foods, yeah, but he's now backing off of any USDA inspections. Wow. Some of the cheapest meat out there is pork, and the Chinese are heavily invested now. And he's backing off of any USDA control of the pork industry. Can you believe this? He will allow pork plants to reduce the number of Department of Agriculture line inspectors assigned to them and run their slaughter lines without any speed limit under new rule intended to modernize the antiquated inspection system. But but changes have alarmed consumer advocates who believe the rule will make food less safe and endanger workers. I agree. You know, my move was to turn this into an RFID chipping of all the animals and a more modernized tracking system and pull the bad things out of their diet. Hormones, genetically modified feed, all those things need to come out of their diet. That's what would win customers over in other countries. At the very least, if we could say to a country like Liechtenstein that we would love to sell you some meat, but they don't want our meat. They'd much rather have Australian beef because they know that that's better beef. Now Trump is going down a dark road where he's literally screwing over our future sales. Thanks, but I'm not that young man. You know, I had a chance to meet the staff of 90210 when I was a young man. Yeah, and I had a chance to meet Luke Perry when he was just 21 years old. And I had a chance to meet Jason Priestley when he was like 17 years old. I actually partied at a place he partied at. And now you're saying I look like Ian Ziering. It's just crazy, you know. I'm nothing like this guy. I'm the guy they thought would be, you know, not part of their group because I don't do those things. I know I look a lot like this guy, but I'm not him. So deal with it. Thanks. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I never was given an opportunity to be on 90210. They dissed me because I don't do that substance that many people in Hollywood do. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I refuse to do that stuff. So I didn't get accepted in that clique. Yeah, I'm not part of that group. I'm just saying, you know, there are a lot of people out there that, you know, look at people like Donald Trump and go, you know, he spent a lot of time at Studio 54. He must have had something going on, you know, watching those orgies. And Trump actually admitted in news that he watched people have sex, famous people. He bragged about it to the newspapers back in the day. And this is a time in the 80s when cocaine was rolling out the door. But Donald, in no way am I implying Donald does cocaine. All right. Yeah. 136 times he sniffled in that particular debate. 36 times the following debate, and about 14 times in the following. I think he had a cold. Yeah, I definitely think it was a cold or something. But it took 3 weeks for that sniffle to go away. Yeah. I don't think that's an appropriate picture to play. Thank you. Considering it was pasted up. If that was a real picture of a woman sitting on a crocodile, I'd be sure. But it was a paste up, man. Impeach. Impeach. Let's take a look.
You've called this a witch hunt. And I wonder if you'd like to elaborate on that any further.
I think that this fake Russia collusion narrative.
You've called
Impeach. Ladies and gentlemen. How come the audio is so low? Let's take a look. This is in the Lewandowski hearing on impeachment.
It's a witch hunt. And I wonder if you'd like to elaborate on that any further.
I think that this fake Russia collusion narrative is the greatest crime committed against the American people in our generation, if not ever.
Really? So it was okay for Jared Kushner to contact representatives of the Russian government to try to open up a secret line of communication with the Kremlin so that he could sell his property at 666 Fifth Avenue? It's okay for Donald Trump to receive lots of money from Russian oligarchs for his house that he sold in Miami? A couple houses he sold, more than triple the value. That's okay? It's okay for Russian mobsters to meet and do money laundering at the Trump Hotel in 2013? While they comp their rooms at the Trump Hotel for these Russian mobsters, that's okay? I don't think this is a hoax at all, buddy. I think Trump has basically wrapped his mouth around the Russian dick.
This is a president who was duly elected by the American people, and members of certain bodies refuse to accept those election results.
I'm sorry, but we haven't even had a chance to have a recall. In fact, Mueller report is still redacted as far as I can tell. 9% is still being held in abeyance so that we can't even see the real crimes that Trump committed. The reason is Roger Stone's been named by Mueller. Oh, like he had anything to do with the emails. It's funny how Mueller never ever investigated Seth Rich. Isn't that amazing? Not even even an interview with his family. Mueller totally bypassed Seth Rich. The guy was killed because he transferred 30,000 emails from the Awan brothers' computer to a flip drive. We know that for a fact. But we don't want to investigate that. Let's pick Roger Stone out, some poor guy who likes to get seen in the media. I'm tired of the entire government as we have elected. We need to get new elected people in. But most of you honest people don't want to run. You don't even want to donate anything to a political effort. It's kind of sad. You don't believe in anything. Talk about adding insult to injury. I mean, Edward Snowden did whatever he could do to release top secret NSA documents to Russia and committed espionage. Now the United States files a civil lawsuit against Edward Snowden. You'd think we would have had criminal charges levied against this guy by now. If Trump had his brain in order, we would do that. I would have given him an option of coming back to the United States under a shield of at least a certain degree of leniency. He can't be absolved of his violations of espionage law. I would give him about a 3-year sentence and probably, get him out on probation if he wanted to live in the United States again. What's surprising that Edward Snowden's even still alive. That's what's surprising. You'd think our government would have terminated him as a foreign espionage agent. It's hard to believe that he was even allowed to live this long. So I have to assume that Edward Snowden is working for the NSA still and feeding disinformation to Russia. Otherwise, he never would have had the veil of protection he's had so long. I think they're picking on Julian Assange unnecessarily too. The Trump administration is going to setting to end California's ability to regulate auto emissions. I'm actually okay with that. I am, because California has put a ridiculous amount of requirements on auto producers. And look what happened to VW. That was a sad day for Volkswagen. They've been charged with $15 billion in violations. So VW is really kind of on the back end of this thing. California has ruled the roost on air emissions, and I think Trump is actually doing the right thing at this point. I don't think it's going to make a hill of beans difference to global climate change if we relax the standards a little bit. The reason why Volkswagen had to cheat on their diesel requirements and their gas engines is because in some cases their effluent was producing too much nitrogen dioxide. It's like, who cares? I really believe that a lot of auto companies have had to kind of cheat just to get through those auto emission standards that California has put together. And they shouldn't be the sole reason what our auto emissions are. So I actually agree with Trump on this one. The demons of California have ruined VW. Trump is not very favorable toward VW or Mercedes or any German automakers. He treats them like pariah. And they're people that hire people in America to make cars and to sell cars. So it's kind of ridiculous the way he treats the auto industry. Yeah, I see. That's why I'm okay with some of the conservative views that Trump has, and the ideas he's stolen from me, I definitely support. Yeah, the idea of a 1,000-mile fence should have been built by now. Trump is showing his ineptitude by not even building a container fence, which could have gone up by now. It would cost a total of $1 billion to line these containers up too high and connect them and weld their connectors. It's a very simple process. You got another Lewandowski video? Okay.
Thank you for putting up with the harassment that you're putting up with right now. According to the Alliance for Securing Democracy, Russia interfered in the elections of Belarus, Bulgaria, Canada, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Macedonia, Moldova, Montenegro, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, United Kingdom, Ukraine, and the United States. They specifically targeted the Scottish independence vote, the Brexit vote, and Angela Merkel. Despite knowledge of these kinds of election threats, the Obama administration sat idly by. Instead of warning the Trump campaign, Loretta Lynch's DOJ and James Comey's FBI used secret surveillance to spy on members of the Trump campaign, all while allowing election interference to occur. Why isn't this hearing focused on holding DOJ and FBI leadership accountable for this kind of terrible malfeasance and lack of judgment? What was Putin's ultimate goal? Clint Watts, a former FBI agent and counterterrorism specialist, said it is to attack and undermine democracy. He said the goal is to leave voters feeling as if, quote, either the institutions are corrupt or you can't trust the vote, end of quote. This is the kind of classic disinformation campaign that the KGB runs. And as we all know, Vladimir Putin was a former leader of the KGB. In 2016, Putin's goal could have been very simple. Divide the American electorate, sow seeds of distrust, make it impossible for whoever won our election to govern. With America weakened at home, we would be weakened on the international stage. Putin wins with a weakened America, regardless of who won the election. This is the kind of approach that has been used by the communists in Russia for nearly a century. After overthrowing Russian Tsar Nicholas II in 1917, Vladimir Lenin, different Vladimir, and the communists utilized Western journalists as propaganda tools to defend communism. New York Times journalist John Reed, for example, defended the Bolsheviks advocating against American intervention. Lenin used even the term useful idiots.
And I completely agree with this this person interviewed, Representative Ken Buck's full questioning of Corey. I'm fine with that. Let's not forget that Nikita Khrushchev, the former leader of Russia, came to America and disrespected our great president, John F. Kennedy, spoke down to him, and put John F. Kennedy in a very vulnerable position because he was being barked at by this bearish mental head case from Russia who claimed that we will destroy you from within. Yeah. And he said, we will win you, we will take over without a fight. That's what Nikita Khrushchev said. So here we have the meddling that's been going on in Trump's cabinet, where he himself knew full hand that Russia was helping him win. And he didn't report it to the FBI. That much we know from the Mueller report. Trump never reported that Russia was helping him to the FBI. And he never told the American people that Russia had helped him. And he was told prior to the actual inauguration that this was going on, and during the election, he was told that this was going on. Trump fired James Comey because he wanted to end the Russian investigation. But it's very possible that Trump fired James Comey because James Comey may be working with the deep state. And in this particular instance, Donald Trump may have been doing exactly what his handlers told him to do. Get James Comey out of the picture. Because he was instrumental in actually rigging the election for Donald Trump. Remember, James Comey was the one that actually told the entire people of America that he was opening a criminal investigation of Hillary Clinton 11 days before the election. And in response to why he did it, he said that he did it because he knew that Hillary would win and it wouldn't affect the election. Now that's got to be the most sublimely idiotic statement anyone has ever made. James Comey made. And that indicates that he's not telling the truth because he's not stupid. Anyway, I'm working on a video about James Comey that should receive a lot of interest in a couple weeks. I'm still developing it. I really believe that Comey was complicit with the Russians to rig the election in favor of Donald Trump. And he worked complicitly for the Russians to do that. And I believe we have a real problem within Russian involvement in our country. I was just in D.C. about a month and a half ago, walking around the streets. Sarah and I went to a bunch of functions at the EPA, and we were walking around. We literally put 10 10 miles of walking around DC. Our feet were like Limburger, and our legs were like cramping up later because of all the walking we did. And I must tell you, I walked by people who were speaking Russian. I'm not kidding. Two couples, young couples, were walking through the town speaking Russian. Right in front of me. So whatever's going on in Trump world is partly a Russian involvement. And we know that there was a Russian conspiracy, according to Robert Mueller. Now, how can we not ask the question, if everybody who goes in front of Nadler's panel here and asks questions of Donald Trump's staff and gets complete obstruction like they did from Lewandowski today? He wouldn't even answer any questions, and he says he won't even talk. If we get that kind of obstruction, we have to assume these people are guilty. We've got to roll them over that coal and say, no, you can't answer, you're guilty. You can't say that, oh, it's all a Russian hoax, it's all fake news. We're getting to the bottom of this, and it looks more and more like Russian involvement every single day. Yeah. And there's no way this is going to go away because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to mess up her makeup and have an impeachment hearing. There's enough guilt here to start an entire investigation deeper and deeper into the Democrats as well. And I actually applaud Devin Nunes. At one point, I thought he was a basic turncoat, and he was giving information to Russia and to Donald Trump. And he did. He really did. He turned everything over to Donald Trump. But now I'm beginning to believe that Devin Nunes and the Republicans are uncovering Russian collusion with the Democrats. Yeah, and let's not forget the key person in this big dialogue, Brett Kavanaugh, the guy who likes to drink beer, Senator. He actually was complicit and involved in a ruling. He was the one who decided that any foreign government can make donations to our American super PACs. So for the past 8-9 years, Democrats and Republicans are getting money from Russia to get reelected. It's just amazing. So now we have a situation where both the Democrats and Republicans are feeding on the Russian trough. And they're protecting Brett Kavanaugh because, God forbid, it comes out that this guy really is helping the Russians. Case in point, Lindsey Graham has received $800,000 over the past 3 years from a Russian oligarch to get reelected. Lindsey Graham's net worth was $500,000 5 years ago. Today, it's $3 million. Nancy Pelosi's net worth is now $120 million. You can't make that just being a congresswoman. I'm sorry, but the Democrats, Republicans are completely and utterly completely corrupt and dining on the corporate money. And we, the American people, are getting the raw end of this, having parties that are useless. Now, if this impeachment hearing can evolve into something good, great. And I'll play this later tonight. I'm not really going to wade through the entire 6 minutes of testimony. It'll definitely be in our show tonight, though. Man, I'm telling you, it's just like one big heap of crap, and we keep bringing it up every night. I don't really want to get Kiss, but thank you. We need to prosecute, period. The FBI didn't do their job. They continue to ignore obvious killings as well as suicidings that look very suspicious. I've talked about quite a few things recently that just don't add up. The death of innocent people. Like this guy, a Norman, Oklahoma Republican, was basically killed in Norman, Oklahoma of a gunshot, and the gun was on the table away from him. Now, I read all I could read about this guy, and I can tell you he really was. It wasn't a suicide. Yeah, it's not my prime minister. That's Canadian. I'm a U.S. citizen. This guy ended up dying. His name was Nichols. He died when a gun went off on a table away from him. How could a person die a suicide with a gun sitting on a table away from him? It's impossible. And he was a really nice guy. He never expressed any case of depression. And then another woman who was exposing the CPS, this woman ended up getting bullet-ridden. Her body was unrecognizable. And this happened a few months ago. And they basically named a girlfriend of hers as the perpetrator. It doesn't add up. They were close friends. She wouldn't have blown her away and shot the hell out of her, and her face was unrecognizable. That's an extreme act from an assassin who's trying to get rid of the body. Without having to get rid of their dental work, they just shoot bullets in their face. This poor woman in blonde died, and they're claiming this brunette did it. That doesn't add up either. So there's a lot of things that are just not adding up, and the FBI is not doing their work to investigate. Not to mention the fact that last week we revealed that Jeffrey Epstein is actually alive. And you don't see anybody investigating that, do you, at the FBI? No. So I posted a video yesterday. And as you know, my videos on YouTube get like 3 hits in 2 years. I posted a video yesterday that Epstein is alive on 153news.net, the alternative source for people who are being banned on YouTube. Epstein is Alive is available. It's already had 561 views in 19 hours. Yet I get 3 views in 2 years on YouTube. Somebody's getting censored, and I'm afraid it's me. So you can watch this video. I'll give you the link to it. I played it last night in our show, but it's pretty comprehensive. I cover all the bases, and we've got more than enough evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is alive. We have actual photograph of him working on his location at Orgy Island after Hurricane Dorian hit. August 30th, he was seen alive. And I profiled this on our show, so you can go ahead and watch that if you want later. It's about a 40-minute video. All kinds of information about Jeffrey Epstein. I had to put it all in one video because I can't keep talking about it every night. It's taking up forever. So Trump arrives in LA. Of course, there's massive gridlock, and they're telling people how to avoid the gridlock. We were in gridlock at DC when Trump drove through. 15 to 20 minutes we had to sit there and wait while his motorcade allowed him to drive through. And he loves to drive around, in cities and block traffic. That's his big thing. Yeah, Epstein really is alive. And there's an underground bunker at St. James Island that the FBI has not investigated. Yes, I'm about to talk about the 3 official acknowledged encounters with Phenomenon. But I've got a couple videos ahead of that. This vape story that Trump is now running with, it looks to me like somebody in the cigarette industry got a hold of Trump and made a deal with him. I wouldn't doubt Philip Morris or R.G. Reynolds is giving him a healthy donation to his campaign, because Donald Trump is now turning on his MAGA supporters and telling them that he's going to ban e-vapor because he thinks it's dangerous. And a lot of MAGA libertarians are saying, is this guy a communist? I mean, they didn't vote for a communist. I would never ban things like this. This is ridiculous. He's banning an e-liquid that people use, and only 3 people have died from it. Yet hundreds of thousands of people die from cigarette smoke every year, but they're not banning cigarettes, they're banning e-liquid. This is clearly a case where somebody's bribing Trump to do this. Well, I'll talk about it. This is Tucker discussing the phenomenon. Let's take a look.
Decades of denial and secrecy and flat-out lying, America's defense establishment is finally admitting some of what it knows about UFOs. The Navy has admitted that its pilots encounter unidentified aircraft so often that they've had to draft new reporting guidelines to allow pilots to come forward. It's easy to find this funny, but it's also scary if you think about it. Our vast, well-funded defense establishment is seeing things in the sky they cannot account for, doing things they cannot understand. Should we be worried? Congressman Mark Walker is a Republican representing the state of North Carolina. He just sent a letter to the Secretary of the Navy, Richard Spencer, about the military's UFO investigations. We recently spoke to the congressman, Here's part of what he said. Should we be worried about this?
Well, we are concerned about it. As the ranking member of Terrorism and Counterintelligence, we have questions. It comes down to some of the new infrared radar systems that we're putting on some of our new jets are detecting some things out there. We call them unidentified aerial threats, and that's something that we're looking at. Our UAPs is what we call it. We want to know the information, and that's why it's important that we take a look at this.
So this has been going on an awfully long time. There's a lot of data the government has stored about this. Most of it, I think, is still classified. But there must be theories about what these objects are, what these aircraft are. What's the most plausible theory, do you think?
Well, what we don't know for sure. Obviously, what we do know is the question that we're wanting to get to is this something that's a defense mechanism from another country? We do know that China is looking at hypersonic missiles. That's 25,000 kilometers, or to break it down into our language, that's getting from D.C., where I'm at, to L.A. in about 9 minutes. We don't know that nuclear warheads can be attached to those. Is it something like that, or is it something more? We don't know, but I feel like it's something that we must take a look at, and that's why we've written Secretary Spencer of the Navy.
Okay, so the U.S. government is looking at 3 different encounters with UFOs, officially acknowledged encounters with phenomenon. And I'm of the belief that it's entirely possible for UFOs to represent alien technology. It is. And I'm more than willing to commit to that concept and talk more about it in a little bit later, but I don't really believe that aliens exist. I believe the possibility of life outside the Earth exists, that maybe there's some sort of a mutant silicon-based paramecium somewhere in the universe, whatever. But I'm not sure if aliens exist like Star Wars and Star Trek portray them. I have yet to see an alien, and no credible pictures of an alien that have been verified. Yet we have 5.7 billion cell phones now on the face of the earth, and everyone has a camera. So why don't we have pictures of aliens? That's my big question. The alien technology could have been reverse engineered by our government, and they might have been used recently. I can show you a little bit later pictures of alien-like spaceships that do work and fully function that are developed at Area 52. But we'll keep that for the next episode when I come back.
I just opened that.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm thinking of joining the class action suit. Yeah, I am, but I'm going to decide what the ramifications are. There have been a number of suits filed against the U.S. Navy in our area over the sound of the Growlers, the F-18 style jets that are developed for the Navy. That, yeah, they're called by another name, but AE-18G, I guess they call them. But the bottom line is, it is serious, and the serious damage to our ears is going on, and to our limbic system, to our entire system. According to top epidemiologists, living under these jets can cause fractured livers, pre-stroke conditions, and hearing damage. This is top epidemiologists have signed off on this. So the suit will definitely get carried forward, but it'll go to the same judge who's in the pocket of the Navy, who will shoot the suit down, just like they did the other one. So nice to get a class action suit going, but it'll basically land the same place the other one landed. And I understand the state of Washington's also trying to stop the Navy from unnecessary flights of jets over our house. So anyway, thanks for that link. I'll look at that a little bit. Sarah's going to take over. No thanks. No, I'm not into carpet tiles, but thank you.
My shirt reminds you of carpet tiles.
That's ridiculous. God.
That's fine.
She has a sweater that's very pretty.
Yeah, it's fine. It kind of reminds me of carpet tiles too. Which I kind of like those carpet tiles.
It's pretty, yeah. It's actually got a neutral purple green color, which is very kind of special. No, it's not an ugly sweater. I resent that. You've been muted. Okay, I'll be back.
Well, David will answer your question for 8-6 when he returns. I don't really like talking about that. Shall I get rid of this sweater? You guys don't like it? thought my sweater was dreadlocks. It's like Jedi robe like. Yes, but it's not long enough. Yeah, I would think it's too early to be in winter, but it was darn cold today where I'm at. Here, let me see what my weather was. It was cold. After school, I was like, I just wanted to come home and take a nap. But then I came home and told David some news. And then, yeah, it's like still 59 degrees. 59 degrees. Sure, I suppose I can unban you. What's your name? Yes, another brother. I'm glad I'm reading your chat as well. I am watching a few chats. I still would like David to be on 4 chat rooms, but anyway. Jeff Bezos did not come from humble beginnings. Why are people not talking about this? Well, people always like this. There's this deal where people like to believe like you can do a rags to riches story. That's what people like to believe. I know, it is cold for September. Exactly. Space shuttle. Okay. Hey Spade, you're pretty hilarious. But you're probably right though. Yeah, sometimes I feel that way. So, space shuttle. Cool Rock, it's going to be a cool night. If you don't believe me, you can go. Oh, and I sometimes wonder why. Have I been watching IMMU? I sold all my IMMU stocks except for one. I'm pretty sure. Jeff Bezos did not come from humble beginnings and build Amazon in his garage. LP Guys, his grandfather, was instrumental in mass producing the U.S. nuclear arsenal. Interesting. I don't know about Seth Richards, Edgar. Bad move. It has a breakthrough cancer drug. Well, I figured the way I see it is I'll keep an eye on it, and if it starts climbing, then I'll buy it again. And I didn't sell it all. When you first told me to buy it, it dropped 25% or something like that. That's when I sell things. You tell me to buy them and they all dropped. Hello, Obi. 2 years. Thank you. Oh, Seth Rich. Not Seth Richards. Now I know who that is. Okay, you're right. You told me your long-term holds. You didn't tell me to buy immediately. I will have faith in myself, not necessarily the stock market. I am the one they call she. Oh, thanks, Mad Dog. You're right. I should do my own research. I did a little bit of research and I thought, hey, that's pretty good. I'll leave this up. David will like that whole thing about Jeff Bezos. Reddit conspiracy comments. You're right about that. Biotech stocks taking time. True. I personally invested more in AMD. I want to buy some Samsung, but haven't done that yet. Good point. And you know what, Misanthropy? When David was playing that, should we be worried? Actually, if you're not worried now, why be worried? Don't worry. Be happy. Another brother says, tell Mad Dog I say hi. You're right, don't think I'm gonna get rich quick. But I don't like losing quick either. That's my only thing. Oh, Seth Rich was trying to make a lot of data public, right? Pretty sure I said that right. NLNK. Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave the what do you call it? The day trading to you, 486. I hope you get super rich. I'm gonna leave some hard work to myself and slowly get rich. Actually, I'm already rich because I have the best life ever. I have this wonderful man who loves me, and I live in a great house on a quiet little street with a view of the Olympic Mountains on an island. Pretty darn cool. Of course, it's cold in the winter, but it's not too hot in the summer. And I know it's easy to have a great life when you don't want too much. And I did that whole Marie Kondo tidying up, got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. I need to get rid of more, but thank you, because I said I wanted to be Cloudflare the other night. I was reading about Cloudflare, and I still do like them. Well, not necessarily them, maybe, but what they do. David is cooking again. Yes, sometimes. Well, I didn't grow that many vegetables in the summer. Just 8 pumpkins that are this big. Big pumpkins. 8 big pumpkins. Big for that. And Swiss chard that is like this tall. Each leaf is was this tall. Or rainbow chard. If I like what they do, I can make this chat into a honeypot. I'm not trying to make something into a honeypot, but I am trying to make a chat. You like my superhero voice? You like my superhero? Yes! I'm awesome! Will I eat the pumpkins? I don't know. I think some 4th grade classes are going to turn them into a science project. Dun, dun, dun. I love fries. You? Who in the world lives with you? Or do you live by yourself? Because if that's the case, you don't understand the concept of the internet. This is not smell-o-vision. If you have bad smells, it's not because of anybody in the chat room. It's probably you. Or it's the old socks you left around. I am in a hyper happy mood tonight because I just need to go to sleep. Percentage-wise, maybe Latvian girls, mole, too. I know, it does seem like a waste. Hello, another brother. Awesome. Great to see you. It does seem like things are going to waste, my pumpkins, but when the 4th grade teacher said they wanted them for science, I was like, that's cool. That sounds like a good use of the pumpkins. Latvian girl is somebody who tried to sell like video on that Fiverr place. What is it? Fiverr? I think that's what it's called. Where they like sell their voiceover or video or something like that. I'm gonna sell my work. I'll let do you mind if I post your picture on another brother on the screen so other people can see it on Vaughn Live and all that? Thumbs up if that's okay. No, if it's not. Sure. Okay. Will do. Let me get a screen capture. Here is another brother. My brother from another mother. He's another brother. Actually, I don't necessarily need another brother because I have like, well, 3 brothers. Wait, no, 4. I thought I had 3, but I found out I had 4. I grew up with 3. The 4th one was already grown up. I haven't really met him yet. Oh, don't put you on Blog TV, please. But you're not on Blog TV. My dad has a 10-point plan, Miss Anthropy. Yes, he did have a lot of babies. Passport. You got your passport there. You can travel everywhere. I don't have my passport. Not more than I bullied. My brothers, did they bully me? Not more than I bullied them. And I'm not a bully, so there you go. You didn't know I have real blood brothers? I know. I'm sorry. David told me I'm not supposed to talk about my personal life on this show. Oops. Yes, that's what he was saying. This Anthropy. His 10-point plan, his retirement plan. I'll go live with this kid. Well, you know, my parents just stayed with me for a month or 5 weeks. Do I plan on having children? Only about 450 a year. You know, at school. None of mine that are biological or adopted. I just want to have children that I can like send home every day. Don't forget to do your homework. I know. True Blue, you're right. Did I like having my parents stay as long as they did? I did. I actually did. Yes, I like my parents. They're cool. They're cool like that. Could I do another 5 weeks? Maybe in another 5 months. Yes, but David doesn't need anyone else to talk to in person. I mean, I don't necessarily... I have David. That's all I need to talk to in person. I mean, he talks. Oh, you're subscribed to... Oh. Oh, no. Thanks for moving me off. Sorry. You weren't on YouTube Live, but David often... David often does post these on YouTube. If you don't want him to post it, tell him when he comes in. space shuttle. Sarah, when David is 80 years old, will you still be okay with doing this? Are you okay with still doing this? Yes, well, when David is 80, then I'll be 62, and then I'll be retiring, and I'll be doing it. Don't worry, Sarah. The internet will be a lot more censored by then. Not any more than David's censored already. Don't you know? Don't you know? I don't know how to unhush you, Madhouse. Like, let me see. I don't know how to do that. Oh, Zetterbeard's here. Yetta Telebenda's here. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen Yetta in a long time. How are you doing, Yetta? Are you enjoying retirement still? Kentucky's here. Jacob's here. D. Hi-S is here. And another brother. RS? Who's RS? You think I should have kids and teach them to be presidential? Well, if David wins, then maybe I would. It was a serious question. Do you ever think about the future? I don't think David will ever stop. I do think about the future. I know David will never stop. I am extremely loyal, so I'm I'll always be with David as far as I know, and I'm 95% confident that David and I will always be together. Will he ever stop doing this show? No. The only way that David might stop doing this show is if he served 2 terms as president. Thank you. Not special for admiring me, my loyalty. I don't know if he's retiring from the show when he's 65. He might change the... Yeah, he probably will, Space Shuttle. That's a good point. Yeah. No, Misanthropy, the last sentence, the after continue, well, after in, that's not gonna happen. I don't even know if I would continue. I don't know. Anyway, I really don't know what would happen if David were to pass, per se. No, per se is not appropriate there, Sarah. You're right. Cal Worthington? I don't know yet, True Blue. Yes, I could just play YouTube videos of David's show. Be like, today we're going to play you a video from 2008 when David first wanted to be president. I know. I used to be able to do that. Like that. I hope to, Skyhawk. I really love this place. Exactly, True Blue. You did make a true statement. No, I never buy David's toupees. I'm not a toupee purchaser. Thank you, True Blue. Oh, is that 60? Sexagenarian? Isn't it hexagenarian? Oh, goodness. I know about the black shirts. You're right. On Monday. You need to clean your own room, Isla Fries. Start by getting all of your laundry in a bag so you can go wash it. No space shuttle. No. Nope. Is it really that? Now I'm gonna have to look it up. Misanthropy has me looking up word. No, Mad Doc has me looking up words. You guys are right. A person who is from 60 to 69 years old, a sexagenarian. Yeah, who are you talking about, Odin? Yay for washing stuff. I know, Tiddly D. I agree. Washing stuff is good. I need to do more washing. No. Oh, Carla Homolka. That's who Odin's talking about. And why are you talking about that, Odin? Yes, Twin Peaks does continue to get weirder with every episode. It is a very weird show. Oh, she was released in prison? And she's living in Canada in Quebec. Is that why you're talking about that? Oh, Cokie Roberts died? Wow. She lives as an alias? Wow. Okay, I think maybe I should keep doing some That's pretty cool. Learning Center, Cloudflare Learning Center stuff. Oh wait, you wanted me to look at Cloudflare being evil. EL15, why Cloudflare is depicted as evil and what's wrong with their using DNS 1.1.1.1 self-privacy. The CEO of Cloudflare once said, back in 2003, Lee Holloway and Matthew started Project Honeypot as an open source project to track online fraud and abuse. The project allowed anyone with a website to install a piece of code and track hackers and spammers. They ran it as a hobby and didn't think much about it until in 2008, the Department of Homeland Security called and said, do you have any idea how valuable the data you have is? That started them thinking about how they could effectively deploy the data from Project Honeypot as well as other sources in order to protect websites online. That turned into the initial impetus for Cloudflare. So the initial impetus for Cloudflare I have considered making a Linux virtual machine so you can teach me Linux, but not on this computer. Couldn't I log in to another account like Sarah Hart or Sarah Third Party or whatever? Oh, please don't take all those usernames. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And then I would be logged in over there, but then you could teach me while I'm logged in over there. Yeah, I could do that one. That would be a good username.
So the problem with the class action lawsuit is that people that moved here knew that they were moving near a naval air station. The question is there a cause to claim that the naval air station is committing willful harm to the people?
Right.
Above and beyond what is the norm. So it's going to be, the onus of proof is on the plaintiffs. So anyone who's going to come up with an adequate trial here is a civil case. I wonder if there's any penalties if you join a class action suit. I wonder if we have to pay for the Navy's costs.
I don't know. Do I have any more educational goals? Usually when you join a class action lawsuit, usually it just avoids you from suing them, being able to sue them directly.
Yeah, but I wonder if you lose a class action lawsuit, if anyone has to pay penalties, like funds to the Navy for their time, Because the last suit that they tried against the Navy cost $50,000 and it ended up in an appellate court thrown out by the judge. So,
yeah.
Dust over there. Could you cover that right there? A little dust, I noticed. Thank you. That's good. Okay.
I just think you need to start avoiding milk products. I love fries, and see if that helps your digestion system. So BBC reporter Zoe Kleiman wrote that Matthew Prince wanted $20,000 for the honeypot data. That check showed up so fast, said Prince. Michelle Zatlin heard the story from Prince and replied, if they'll pay for it, other people will pay for it. Soon she and Prince co-founded Cloudflare. Hello, baby girl, green eyes, and Jean Night Cloud. Oh, thank you, Dark Engine. I should have David come in and read that. I will continue to cast. Yes. But, I mean, if David had a stroke, I would be by his side. I would be like, I'm going to play a video of David before and probably play an old video of David and be chatting in the room with you Because if something happened like that, I'd be very upset. But wait, if Cloudflare is directing your website queries, then can't it collect your browsing history for itself? Actually, they're not going to keep that data at all, Prince said. At no time will we record the list of where everyone is going online, Prince said. That's creepy. Cloudflare is working with third-party auditors at KPMG to examine their systems and guarantee they're not actually collecting your data. That privacy commitment, Prince said, is what separates Cloudflare's 1.1.1.1 from other DNS services that are free and open to the public. Cloudflare's promise to keep your data private is impressive, and Heidi Shea, a privacy and security expert at business analyst from Forrester's. It's a great thing that they're coming out of the gate and being upfront about that, Shea said. Still, she added, you're kind of taking what they're saying at face value. The company will need to continue to be transparent, showing what the auditors find in their logs for consumers to continue to trust the service, Shea said. Concerning KPMG, the well-respected auditing firm, as Cloudflare puts it. Really? Gordhan weighs in on KPMG and scathing no-holds-barred statement. Lawmakers question quality of KPMG's Wells Fargo audits, the KPMG failure, ethical tests for SA business and company directors. So much for put our money where our mouth was. Interesting choice, Cloudflare. The gist of this is DHS saying there's valuable data of those collections, hence the initial impetus for Cloudflare. After having 20,000 from their Project Honeypot, my question would rather be who's operating those DNS providers and who's watching the watchers, because DNS queries can reveal a lot about a person's internet activity and usage. There's an interesting research about DNS on the topic of user privacy, though the research is about Tor and DNS. Thankfully, Tor is still safe, as they said that they don't believe that there's any immediate cause for concern. Do you think Tor is still safe? All right, the researcher said, who are these researchers? We show how an attacker can use DNS requests to mount highly precise website fingerprinting attacks. Mapping DNS traffic to websites is highly accurate, even with simple techniques. And correlating the observed websites with a website fingerprinting attack greatly improves the precision when monitoring relatively unpopular sites. Rex 360? Cal Worthington? Should I unban that one? Or did David ban it? Oh, okay. So just like the internet is plagued with Google Analytics and others of their subsidiaries, we're now plagued more by Cloudflare with their CDN and DNS. Relevant blog.torproject.org, trouble Cloudflare, track.torproject.org, Tor ticket 2431351, and crimeflare.org, /32. I will not talk David into an unban all. I will unban specific users if you know their usernames. Broadcaster David will be in about 10 minutes. Okay. Concerning DNS over HTTPS. DOH. DNS over HTTPS. InternetSecurity.org noted RFC 8484 specifies how to send and receive DNS queries over HTTPS. Server configuration is performed out of band and the connection with the resolver is secured as any other HTTPS traffic. Though DNS over HTTPS is mostly targeted at web browsers, it does not have the potential for improving the privacy properties of transactions between recursive resolvers and authoritative name servers. Okay, what people should be notes. The mechanism should be seen as ways to improve in specific scenarios certain aspects of network privacy, but not as replacements for other privacy mechanisms such as VPNs or other implementations such as Tor.
Tor is not going to guarantee privacy either, in that it was originally developed by the Navy and the FBI as a fusion project. So we're still wondering, what are you sending us? Taste Atlas? Food from around the world or something? Oh no, Taste Atlas, it's kind of scary just going to a new website, you know? It's like, what's going to happen? Oh, explore the world of food. Oh, that's a cool thing, man. Thanks. That's cool. I should put a link to that on Cool Rock. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll put Taste Atlas on Cool Rock. I want to make
here's
it more
this
fun.
thing about does joining a class action lawsuit cost me anything?
Yes.
So it's, I mean, here's your...
Thank you. I'll check it out. Okay, thanks for looking at that, and I'll read that later. Pro se. Yeah, I'm not looking to make money. I'm looking to convince the Navy to stop flying as many jets as they're flying over our house. You know, your dad had a great idea. He said, why don't we just park an aircraft carrier off the coast and do the landings there? Because a lot of the really bad growler activity is over by our recycler area, where people recycle food, or excuse me, recycle plastic, and they're getting literally 30, 50 feet above their head is a F-18 going right over their head at high speed. It's just unbelievable, the amount of sound and deafening sound coming in. So if we had an aircraft carrier over in the open ocean, the Juan de Fuca, Straits of Juan de Fuca, we could easily have landings done out there. So I'm considering what we could do is if one of our aircraft carriers is in dry dock, we could actually park it there and test things out there. That would make sense, wouldn't it? And that takes the entire threat of the 50,000 population out of the question. There's all kinds of liability that the government is putting a lot of people through simply by flying over their head, and if they crash, lots of people will die. I could die, Sarah, any one of us could be hit by a jet. It's very dangerous. You know, I saw one plane today going at low speed and went like this. Like right over the road I'm on. And I'm like at 100 feet and it's going like that.
It's turning.
Now, if the jets don't go at that speed and it can't get enough thrust and then all of a sudden there's an engine failure, boom, right on top of the road. Because this is a much safer place for a plane to be flying than that. Gravity will just like...
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, gravity works. It doesn't matter what way
there's no
it's
resistance.
rotated
The wind,
for
there's
the
no
gravity.
resistance. But there's no resistance. It's like this, you've got resistance with your hand. Is like, yeah, you're pushing on air. There's no resistance. It's like karate chop to the roadway. Yeah. the decision was made to build at Oak Harbor. Yeah, the airfield was able to begin receiving aircraft in August the same year in 42. Despite the frantic construction, the base was woefully unfinished with several sections of runway still incomplete. Yeah, they've got a lot of land. They took the best land in the country and covered it with jet fuel. Thank you, Sarah. And ruined it. It's purely toxic. It's. Your dad told me a story about the Air Force, March Air Force Base, I believe, is down in. It's in California, right? And it's in Riverside, right? Yeah. March Air Force Base. They wanted to give the March Air Force Base to the community. They said, hey, the government's decommissioning this base. You can have it. The company did one sample and just picked up a little bit of soil on top of the base and brought it in for examine. It was so toxic with jet fuel that was literally dumped on it for decades. They said, we don't want your land. And they gave it back to the government. And the government said, oh, we're going to put it back into use. So they don't deal with their toxic problems. The Navy has been remiss, and the Air Force has been remiss, and the Army's been remiss. They don't handle those problems. They have PR handle that. That's a PR problem. They're not going to fix the toxic waste problem. No, Sarah doesn't have to do the 6-hour broadcasting. No, if something happens to me, no, she wouldn't even do the show if I wasn't here. That's fine. I completely understand her position. We're basically milking a dead horse by running an effort as much as we run every day without anybody donating. I come to the conclusion there's one of two things happening. People can't get donations through, or you people are just so broke, you don't have a penny left in your pocket. You couldn't possibly donate to our campaign. So in a way, I mean, what we do is more as a gift to the people here to have a place to go. And that's why I'm developing Cool Rock, so I can develop more websites that all Sarah would have to do is plug in chat rooms on Cool Rock and take administrative control of it if something were to happen to me. You guys could all communicate on the Cool Rock community. Yeah, it would be like a daily thing. You could talk and share, and we'd have a new chat. Or you can do that. You can play old video clips on the Cool Rock station. So it would be a very simple plan to carry on in case I was blown away in my home. Yeah, because as you know, I get over 1,000 death threats. I've had over 1,000 death threats, so anything can happen. I'm always prepared for attack. But I don't think most people are. You know, I don't think most people are in a state of readiness. Yeah, I've got my helmet, because the truth is we might be facing some serious rioting in the world. So I've already got my riot helmet here. So I can put that on and blend right in with the rioters or the riot police, either way. Have you ever been in a riot? I've never been in a riot. I was 1 week away from being Reginald Denny in Los Angeles, California. 93, I guess it was. Something like that, 92, 93. The LA riots. Yeah, that was a pretty tough time. But I was driving through the same place Reginald Denny drove through in 1992. 1 week before, Florence and Normandy. And there was a amazing amount of... it was a tough neighborhood, man. I mean, I'm driving through there going, okay, yeah. I'm delivering T-shirts. Working at that time, I had to deliver somebody some T-shirts in that area. I think I rolled through there, and then 1 week later, Reginald Denny had his head bashed in that same intersection. I didn't acknowledge your Crisis Actor link because I don't have it. Yeah, I'm still trying to find it in the lineup. Here we go. Okay, Twitter. Let's take a look. We're looking for a few volunteers to help us test our facility and medical response to community emergency. You'll get dinner, gifts, and a Hollywood-style makeup. They need zombies. Oh, wow, okay. Wow, that is a real Crisis Actor link. Some of you might want to go for that, yeah. Could be a good job for you. I want the crisis actors to be registered in advance and the government to have open transparency about all crisis acting events so that everyone knows that if a real shooting occurs there, it's a crisis acting event. Yeah, I have a question about seaweed. I mean, if it's growing in North Korea, in South Korea, doesn't it get a little bit of a drift from Japan and Fukushima? You know? You got to wonder. I mean, not that I don't like seaweed. I love seaweed. But where's it coming from? Product of Korea. Yep. Wow, you 4 years of your life, 5th year, you cured yourself. You weren't going to die because nurses were dip craps, doctors were over patient, only 15-minute patients. I know, Odin, thank you. So you saved yourself by just healing your own body. Unfortunately for the beautiful and talented woman we know as Cokie Roberts, she is no longer living. She's passed away. Yes, award-winning Cokie Roberts has passed away, everybody. I grew up watching her on ABC News. Do you accept cash applications? No, I don't have any cash. No, I have no way of receiving cash app. Most of these apps like GoFundMe and crowdfunding will not allow political parties to generate revenue. Her numerous honors included 3 Emmys. Roberts began her career in radio as a foreign correspondent for CBS in the 1970s. In '88, she went to ABC News, where she spent 3 decades in various roles, including political commentator, congressional analyst, and anchor on This Week.
The inauguration part is, I mean, hearing Bob Dole talk about boycotting the inauguration.
I always thought that she looked a little like Katharine Hepburn, you know? And she was a very, she brought a certain, I don't know, how do you say, elegance to the female vocal journalist. She had an amazing and wonderful personality that melds with both men and women, you know? I see a little Katharine Hepburn in her. Don't you see that in her? Yeah. Katharine, I saw the colonies are in bloom again. I wore it on my wedding day. Now I place it here, beside me. Cokie Roberts passed away at 75 years old from breast cancer. Alex Trebek says he's undergoing chemotherapy again. Yeah. He's fighting the toughest of all diseases. I think pancreatic cancer will get almost everybody. Michael Landon, countless stars.
Until Tuesday, he is undergoing another round of chemotherapy. The Jeopardy host has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Trebek returned for season 36 of the quiz show earlier this month. The 79-year-old said Tuesday he lost 12 pounds in 1 week. That prompted doctors to order another round of treatment. Trebek says he has no plans to leave the show yet. When originally diagnosed back in March, he joked about his contract, saying, quote, "I have to host Jeopardy for 3 more years, so help me. Keep the faith, and we'll win."
All right, good
We're
luck.
going to get to new
Thank
reporting
you.
by CBS News on the Saudi Arabia attack in just a moment. But as we come on the air, there is breaking news. A tropical storm is hitting America's 4th largest city tonight. Imelda formed just a few hours ago, and it intensified rapidly, targeting the Houston area with life-threatening threatening flash floods. Chief Weathercaster Lonnie Quinn from WCBS is tracking the storm. And Lonnie, Imelda seemed to pop up out of nowhere, and now there's flash flood warnings in effect for 6 million people.
Without a doubt. I'm talking 3 hours, Nora. This thing went from nothing to a tropical depression to a tropical storm to making landfall around Houston, actually around Freeport, Texas, around 1:30 this afternoon.
I wouldn't doubt they created this hurricane. Yeah, they can make it happen in a few hours, really, by electromagnetic stimulation of the atmosphere. Truly will do that. The massive amount of radar and sonar systems that are out there, we've seen Doppler radar systems flare up right around the time that hurricanes happen. I wouldn't doubt they could see those right now if we were looking. But chemicals that are being seeded in the sky with chemtrails have actually created a kind of a petri dish of activity. Anything can happen in a petri dish. You can hit it with magnetivity, you can hit it with radiation, you can hit it with RF frequencies, you can let bacteria grow in it, you can put nanoparticles in it. But our entire atmosphere is becoming the petri dish of the elites who want to manipulate the weather and cause nothing but chaos. You know why they want a hurricane in Houston? Because it was so successful. It was so successful, the last one, they brought in all these FEMA barges. And the FEMA barges were brought in to bring in anybody who couldn't deal with the hurricane went into the FEMA barges. And nobody ever heard from them again, because usually the homeless people end up going into the FEMA barges. So these things are brought in when a hurricane hits and automatically start filling people up. Now there's a problem with that. The truth is, there is not one single piece of evidence of what these things are like inside. Now, during the past hurricane in Texas, Houston, they brought lots of people out from homeless people were put in these FEMA cargo containers, and we never heard from them again. The strangest thing. I can't do that. I can't use a Cash App for personal use. That would be illegal. Anyway, I challenge anybody to show me the inside of one of these things on social media. Anybody looking at themselves, hey, it's me, I'm taking a selfie here in the FEMA barge, you know, it's just me. Hey, hi everybody, check it out. I've got a cool little place to the portable sink, and they really helped me with my hurricane experience. Oh. Not one single piece of evidence is out there of anything in any of these FEMA barges, and there are a lot of them. What's going on with the FEMA barges, people? And artificial hurricanes? Are they cleaning the streets of Galveston? Of homeless people? Galveston, oh Galveston, homeless people are being taken to the FEMA barges. Hey, let's check this out. El Chapo assassin dubbed Kim Kardashian of crime, found dead in lover's bed. Wow. Claudia Ochoa Felix always denied any criminal activity despite her relationships with the cartel bosses. There he is, El Chapo. I don't think this is the real El Chapo. I really don't. He seems different for some reason. Freeze frame. Freeze frame. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, El Chapo 1999. Let's take a look at that picture. Yeah, I don't know. It's very suspiciously not like him. I'm looking at the original picture of El Chapo. I don't know, there's just a different look entirely on his face. I don't know, man. You know, it's looking. The forehead is the big thing that I'm noticing. El Chapo has this like big forehead. This guy's got a reclining forehead. Like it goes back. It's not a big forehead. Yeah, anyway. The woman who is involved, Claudia Ochoa Felix, also known as the Anthrax Mistress, is believed to have carried out multiple killings for the Sinaloa cartel. Sinaloa, while being part of an enforcer gang, Los Anthrax. She always denied her involvement with the drug gangs in Mexico, but Sinaloa was once headed by the notorious El Chapo before his extradition. Well, the model was found dead in a house in Mexico City of Culiacan in the bed of her lover. The 35-year-old reportedly died of suspected pulmonary aspiration, but police are investigating her death. And she is a beauty. Let's take a look. She does seem like a Kim Kardashian type, but she's passed away now. Wow. What a beautiful Hispanic woman. I'm just like, and she's lost her life now. Involved in the bad kind of people. Yeah. I can't say what to do about that story. I mean, that's just like overwhelming and tragic for their families. Turns out Jeff Bezos' father Jeff Bezos did not come from humble beginnings. We find out more about his father. He didn't build his Amazon from his garage. L.P. Geis, Jeff Bezos' grandfather, was instrumental in mass producing the U.S. nuclear arsenal. Yeah, so Jeff Bezos didn't just jump on board the technology train. Yeah, his grandfather was spearheaded, L.P. Geis. I know. I guess, in a way, Jeff Bezos wanted us to believe he was just some nice guy who came up with a cool site and, helped his mom out. But no, that's not how it works, unfortunately. Nepotism. It's everywhere.
Companies come and go. And the companies that are the shiniest and most important of any era, you wait a few decades and they're gone.
And your job is to make sure that you delay that date.
I would love for it to be after I'm dead.
Anyway, I don't want to continue this, but yeah, he didn't come from humble beginnings. I'll give you the link to this article, our Reddit page. Thank you for bringing it in yesterday. I didn't really get a chance to look at it. But here it is. Hey, a little bit more time with Ken Buck and the full questioning of Corey Lewandowski today, stonewalling the Democrats' requests for more information about Trump. We've got this guy who's standing there saying he doesn't have to tell you the truth. The House is investigating a guy from Trump's administration who says he doesn't have to tell the truth. It's like, dude, you're in front of the House impeachment hearing. You need to tell the truth.
Communists in Russia for nearly a century. After overthrowing Russian Tsar Nicholas II in 1917, Vladimir Lenin, different Vladimir, and the communists utilized Western journalists as propaganda tools to defend communism. New York Times journalist John Reed, for example, defended the Bolsheviks, advocating against American intervention.
Hey, I'm glad these people are coming out of the woodwork talking about Russian interference. Bring it. Here's Lewandowski.
2 days before meeting you, the president had called White House counsel McGahn at home on a Saturday to fire the special counsel, saying, and you can see that on the screen, Mueller has to go. Call me back when you do it. Plain and simple. But McGahn refused. When the president asked you to deliver that message, did the president, tell you that 2 days before your meeting, his White House counsel had refused to fire the special counsel?
The White House has directed me that I not disclose the substance of any conversations with the
You
president.
are not allowed to answer whether the president told you he called his counsel at home on Saturday to remove the special counsel, and his counsel said no. The president had also personally called Sessions at home and asked him to unrecuse himself and oversee the special counsel's investigation, and Sessions said no. When the president asked you to deliver his message to Sessions, did the president tell you that Sessions had already said no? Volume 2, page 107?
Again, Congressman, I recognize that the privilege is not mine, but I've been asked by the White House to... Congressman, I'd be happy to answer your question, or you can just have a conversation by yourself. But if you'd like to ask me a question, I'll be happy to answer.
I'm going to continue. The reason is...
Well, then don't ask me a question if you don't want to hear my answer.
My time. This is a House judiciary, not a House party.
So if you ask me a question, give me the opportunity to answer your question.
The very campaign the special counsel is investigating. I'd like my time restored, please, of his interruption.
Yes, as we should have that time for, yes. And the interruption happened, you're right. Okay, let me get to one more story here. I didn't really get, the full story there. I didn't give you the full response from him. That was just surrounding him. I'll get to the full response in a little while. Right now I've got a story on Ilhan Omar from the pre-show that is significant. Apparently, Gateway Pundit has it. New evidence has emerged that Representative Ilhan Omar did indeed marry her brother, and that her real name may actually be Ilhan Noor Saeed. Okay. A resurfaced tweet from 2013 links to a now deleted Instagram post in which she refers to her father by the name Noor Saeed. The tweet was later deleted this morning after the news broke, but it was saved before it was deleted. Happy Father's Day to my Abu Narour Saeed. I am forever grateful to Allah for giving me the best father a lying congressman could possibly have. Now, why hasn't Donald Trump prosecuted her or even begun to even talk about this? He hasn't even carried the ball on that. So you QAnon people have got to believe that Trump is not doing the work needed to clean this country of criminals and corruption. Yeah, think about that. He could easily prosecute Omar and Elizabeth Warren, and has done neither. It certainly would advance his case against the Democrats if he did prosecute Elizabeth Warren. There's more than enough evidence she committed perjury, claiming she was Cherokee Indian. Now, it looks like we're at a historic juncture in Israel. Netanyahu is refusing to concede as Gantz claims mission accomplished. Apparently he didn't get the majority he needed to win the prime minister position. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to fight, even as exit polls showed him tied or lagging behind his main opponent. So we shall see on that one. And this story. The New York State has followed Michigan's plan to ban flavored e-cigarettes over vaping concerns. Now, I don't live in communist Russia, but apparently if you live in New York or Michigan, you do. And I know Trump is acting like a communist Russian dictator now. Apparently something about Putin is rubbing off on him. He's going to take away your right to vape a cigarette because 3 people died. But how many people die of cigarettes themselves, not just e-vape? How many people die of cigarettes? Hundreds of thousands a year. But he's not banning cigarettes, is he? So that's something only a dictator would do. He's probably getting paid by the vaping industry. And he's trying to lead on the discussion, which is still permeating, that this woman Ramirez was the woman that was seen with Brett Kavanaugh when he had his penis in her hand. And now there's corroborating evidence, but he says the writers of New York Times should be resigned because they got it all wrong for some reason. They won't, in some way, this story doesn't match up, but it does. Ramirez did get groped by him, according to her, and there's somebody else who saw it. So this is more than enough to basically frame the Trump administration as a guy who's protecting Brett Kavanaugh. And I think we know why. Because like I said earlier, Brett Kavanaugh is the reason Republicans are getting money from Russia to get reelected. In 2011, he passed this rule that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. So Brett Kavanaugh is actually enabling the Russians to buy into our elections and give both Democrats and Republicans money? This is unheard of. Our corrupt nation has gone out of control, and this guy's defending Brett any way he can because he knows the money backers need Brett in place in order to keep funneling Russian money into the hands of Republicans like Mitch McConnell. Yeah. I know. Okay, we're done with those. Great. Okay, just cleaning up the board and back to you in the chat room. Oh, we're going to talk about, that's right, I was coming back to talk about the UA or the USG footage brought to you exclusively of UAPs, public releases. Apparently we're getting images from the outer space situation. Okay, Go Fast is the third of U.S. military videos of an unidentified aerial phenomenon, a UAP. And the government's coming up and talking about this more and more. Now, there's one of two things going on, truthfully. The government's either using the alien agenda to divert our attention from the obvious truth that Jeffrey Epstein's alive. I mean, no one wants to get that word out there, so they throw the alien agenda in front of us all the time. Uh-oh, we've got breaking news. Okay, we'll talk about distractions. Let's go to another distraction real quick. A vehicle smashed into the Trump Plaza in New Rochelle.
News just into the newsroom. A car has slammed into the lobby of Trump Plaza in New Rochelle. We do not know if this was an accident or something else. News 12's Nadia Galindo is at the scene. She's got more. Nadia.
Yeah, this is quite the scene unfolding here on Huguenot Street in New Rochelle. And if you can take a look right now, they are actually trying to pull that black BMW out from the entrance of Trump Plaza. Now, this happening sometime around 9 o'clock tonight, and this vehicle just smashing through the front entrance.
Okay, this is a classic example. Donald Trump should ban cars because of this, don't you think? Yeah, he's banned e-cigarettes because three people allegedly died. Could have been poisoned e-cigarettes for all we know. But now I think we should ban all BMWs. Yeah. Donald, if you're listening, I want you to ban all the cars in and around New York. I'm kidding, of course.
Of the plaza, and we are told that the driver was injured and a person in the lobby. But as far as the severity of their injuries, we don't yet know this at this time. But quite a few people gathering around the entrance. One lane on Huguenot Street blocked off, traffic going around, and quite a few people gathering to take a look at this. Something they probably have never seen. This vehicle just smashing through the front of Trump Plaza. There's glass all over the floor. And again, you can see inside people are cleaning up the mess. It looks like there are people that work inside there watching this all unfold, and lots of spectators taking video as they see this black BMW being pulled out. Looks like the back rear tire is flattened there, and again, glass all over the ground, and we don't yet know what caused this accident.
I do. I know what caused it. Somebody had a heart attack. You know, this isn't like an attack on this Trump Plaza. It's not that big of a deal. I'd rather go back to the alien encounter. This was taken aboard the FA-18 Super Hornet. The unaltered footage was captured by Raytheon Advanced Targeting Forward-Looking Infrared Pod, which contains the most advanced telemetry available. What we'll hear are actually U.S. fighters who are highly trained observers and weapons system operators in an excited state over the experience. Ergo the intense music. You know, this really does seem like the alien agenda. Every time, you notice that they play this, the same script of the government releasing special stuff about aliens out there whenever they want us to look the other way. Have you noticed that? I'm not the only one. Hi, how are you? What's wrong with these people in video? Let's take a look. moment woman poops on a supermarket floor, then walked out as though nothing happened. No. People get diarrhea sometimes. Publicly. It's not something I want to make a big deal about. Yeah. I think that's very inappropriate. Yeah, that just doesn't cut it here. Yeah, everything's trying to influence your emotions. The music started, it started affecting me just listening to that. There's someone almost like Scream 7, the movie. Isn't Scream 6 good? I mean, wasn't that great? How many screams are they up to? Scream 4. Oh, so Scream 4 was the top? Really? They haven't made it Scream 5? Well, that's good. Excellent. Yeah, we've had enough of the Scream series. Nope, the trailer's out. The movie's out. The release date. Yes, The Return of Ghostface trailer. Horror. Okay, back to you. Yeah, what's the big deal? Everybody goes to the bathroom. Good point, Zena. Thank you. We're almost like guinea pigs in a large petri dish. Have you noticed that? Have you ever wondered, we all have these same genitals? Yeah? Nobody has any unique genitals, well, except for Jeffrey Epstein, whose genitals are shaped like an egg. They got divorced money. Yeah, most people separate because they can't communicate. It's true. This is a story from the economic side of the truth. Millennials operate, basically, it's not just millennials. Generation Z is dealing with a lot of debt now too, but $27,000 is the average debt. $27,900 in debt, not including mortgages, for all millennials, according to a new data released today by Northwestern Mutual. Generation Z, the oldest of whom are now 22 years old, have an average debt of $14,700. So a lot of you folks get the couple $1,000s they give you when you graduate from high school, and then pretty soon you're on your way to credit card debt. And then living with those constant calls from the credit company. That happened to me. I'm just as guilty as any of you. I got that up to $4,000 in a couple of years. And boom. Yeah, we're going to remove you from the show. They called me up. They said, hey, you're $2,000 overdrawn. Overdrawn. This is back before they had overdraft penalties. Seriously. I was lucky. Yeah. Thank you. And Generation Xers are on average about $36,000 in personal debt, excluding home mortgage. So $36,000 for Generation Xers, $27,900 for millennials, and $14,000 for you guys, you Z people. I know. Anyway, I started just paying off that debt. Within 3 months, I had that $4,000 paid off. Boom, 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 boom. I just made big payments, threw every dollar I could into it. And I never looked back. Then I started saving money. You cannot really allow a relationship to drain you too. So if you're with a spouse that's not working with you, it's not a good working relationship. You both have to be on the same page of managing your money. Let's watch more of this unidentified flying object. The 4.1 NM slant from the target to aircraft. Censored aim. Below aircraft. Axis. FAA. Axis. Warning. 8-FLIR target auto track bars. Yeah. Calibrated airspeed. Mach 0.61. Hot display designator is in black mode. Hot items are black and cold. Items are white. FA altitude, 25,000. Okay, well, ironically, that is the same exact unidentified flying object that we have seen flying above crop circles. Yeah. Your friend is a lizard person? Is that a joke? Seriously, your friend is becoming a lizard? Yeah, sure. And you want me to take you seriously? Seriously? God bless. Yes. There have been photographs of these types of alien type things, structures, in chemtrail videos of all things. Yeah, we've actually got some of those. Let me take a look here. Yeah. They're like flying orbs. Okay, this is a picture of a chemtrail with an orb firing
Okay,
pictures.
I got a crazy clip here, and I want to thank Paul for pointing all the new subscribers in. Here we have the equinoxes. We're only a few days away. This is a day of balance.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Watch this.
They look like, I don't know, these white things with tails. And for the first time, we see this cottony looking stuff falling. But anyhow, this orb's going to go into the cloud, and keep your eye right on the orb. I'll clue you into when it's going to shoot the first time. And actually, as I did this edit, I saw it shoots twice, and I'll break them both down. So it's just kind of meandering through the cloud here. All these things are shooting through the sky, these little white-tailed things. Okay, here it comes. It's getting close. Keep your eye fixed on the orb. And there it is. It's shot. Now I'm going to break that down. It shoots again right here, but I'll have to break that down because it's much quicker. Okay, here comes the shot. There it is. I'm going to break it down so that you see it go forward and reverse, and you can see the projectile or the beam or whatever the heck it is shooting. Here comes an inverted color. Here comes the shot. There's the shot.
Okay, so we have seen this before. It's not just the first time. These are flying orbs that no one can explain, and they oftentimes are around these chemtrails, which, again, our government does not want to talk about. So, yeah. Kind of amazing, isn't it? We've seen these around chemtrails. That was around a chemtrail. They work in the background. They're flying orbs. So let's hypothesize here in this effort to get to the truth, and assume that these things are being moved using electromagnetic radiation beams, triangulating onto them. Now, if you construct a couple of tripods, you can hold something up. If you're beaming energy into an area that has a conglomeration of heavy metals in the form of like a spinning sphere, this theoretically is possible. Yeah, you can aggregate things if you set their charges to a certain number, and they'll clump together like magnets. That's possible too. So theoretically, this could be man-made. This could be part of an attempt to make people believe there are aliens out there. And when you look at the kind of alien type creatures or vehicles or UFOs that have been sighted, you can't help but look at the TR-3B, which has all the indications of what appears to be an alien type origin, but is in fact created at our government's installation at Area 52. There was an article about this in the Tacoma Tribune in 2010. The FBI reported that the government has a flying wedge that can fly at high altitudes as high as 70,000 feet. Here's pictures of the TR-3B that were pulled from a person in Japan. Let's take a look. Okay, so these are pictures that are flying above our heads of things that have been seen and tracked. Now, they may appear fake to you, but these are sightings, and nevertheless, if our government's capable of a floating, a levitating ionic generator like this that could float on the Earth, what's the possibility that these things, these orbs, are just part of that same type of technology? No, I know you want to think they're falling spirits from heaven, but they may just be something a little bit more mundane and earth-born. Yeah. Elon Musk is a crack user. Dispense with anything credible from him, including every fake mission he's ever been on. Yeah, he openly admitted to using crack to stay awake. So the guy, everything he says is discredited. Okay? Thank you. Well, you know, the alien agenda could very well be the government pretending to have technology or really having reverse technology that came from aliens. Or it could just be an attempt to make us all think this happened. Now, this particular image was debunked when a person had a separate video camera angle of the same event without the explosion, without the alien reference. So we don't know if this was been doctored or not, this one.
Amber would really love to be fed.
Okay, I'll feed her. Yeah, Elon Musk on Twitter admits he smokes crack. Yep, and large amounts of crack, too. So let's not kid ourselves. This guy, in reference to staying up late, he was asked on his Twitter account, what's the trick to keep concentrated and not distracted with this little sleep? Elon writes, large amounts of crack. Okay? I mean, he may just be telling the truth. I don't know. I'm not here to denigrate the man. But if he's going to be the next wave of technology, I'd hate to think a crack user is bringing it to us. Okay, we got a few things to come in here. Let's see, we got another link from former president of Microsoft Canada, Frank Clegg, says 5G wireless is not safe. We've got a video coming up tonight from Scissor Fight on that note. Many people are wondering about the safety of the 5G network, Sarah. And I don't blame them, you know. It's like, it'd be nice to know that there was testing done on it so we would all know, you know. So we'll give you some of that tonight. That's a 10-minute video from Frank Clegg on 5G wireless tech safety.
Hello, my name is Frank Clegg.
Hi, Frank. And let's be real here. Let's not, yeah. And then you've got one more. Okay, you're good. Ivan's got something on NBC, senator charged with child pornography. I'll take that later. All right, Sarah's going to give me a little time on the show. So we'll be bringing you all that we can.
You have to have an H in front of it.
Okay. Gotcha. Nope, that was another error. It's weird. Well, your link did not come through, Ivan. It's an error on the NBC line. I can't get that. Unless I have the dot. Oh, hang on, I have the period in it. Let me see. Nope.
Well, you didn't have the H in it. One.
I added the H at the beginning. I put H and then put that. Went all the way back. See, it's all there.
Okay, what are you?
It's not linking through. Sorry. Okay, moving on.
Good.
Thank you. I'll be back. Did you have some dinner?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'll have some now.
Oh. That's how he's able to build spaceships in his basement. He's processing cloud data sets in his mind via the neural lace. Ooh. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I thought that's what you meant, misanthropy. That's pretty weird. Do you like Larry Sinclair that much, chat room celebrity? Seriously? What? What's Rick and Morty? I don't remember that one, diddly. But I think I finally saw the Red Wedding. If that's where you're talking about, is that where Rob Stark dies? Yeah, I just left off on that. That's exactly where I'm at. I just finished that episode. I'll have to wait till next weekend to see any more. But that was crazy. Craziness. It gets better now? Gets better? Yeah, well, I would hope it gets better because that was really awful. Unless you mean gets better as in gets weirder. I don't know. You never know with that show. It's kind of bizarre. No. More awfulness. More awfulness. See, I told you it gets better. Your version of better and my version of better might be different. All right, so Misanthropy, you still want me to read this Reddit forum about why I shouldn't be looking at Cloudflare? Who else does offer something like that? In order for something to work, your DNS resolvers must support DNS crypt as well. What about DNS or transfer layer security? DOT. Quoting InternetSociety.org, it should be stressed that many protocols leak information that may endanger user privacy. For instance, the server name identification, SNI, TLS transfer layer security, I think it's transfer layer security, right? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Extension includes the web server name being visited in plain text and leaks information about visited websites even when employing HTTPS. Okay. You're finally moved to the new city. It's 3 times larger than your old city. Wait, on a game or in real life? This one is a quicker read. Well, even at this point in life, you should know what's bad without having to be told. I don't think that's necessarily true. Sometimes it's like it doesn't matter your point in life. I mean, sometimes you have to be educated. Age doesn't matter. You have to be educated at different ages. In real life, you move to a big city? Wait. South Carolina still? Can you teach an old dog new tricks? I would think if the dog wants to learn a new trick, then yes. Oh, good. Nice. Very large city. Do you still have alligators there? That sounds good. So then you can do your woof woof. Then you can do your taxi driving there. All right. You're a quicker read. What makes Cloudflare bad? I've heard some bad things about them. Since can someone give me a list of things that Cloudflare does that isn't good for privacy? Okay, so wait. You want me to do this with privacy in mind? David says he wants me to do this with privacy in mind too. But I think that that's kind of like, how do you create a chat room, just a chat room? Well, wait, you sent David that link. I have to look at that now. A chat room that is private, that, you know, I don't necessarily care about seeing your IP. I kind of do, but use old technology. And what's the downside of using old technology? You won't necessarily be able to reach a larger audience. Would that be a downside? Sarah, don't you think the Democrats should focus on passing bills on saving Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, keeping Air and Water Act in place, infrastructure, rebuilding bridges, waterways, getting manufacturing jobs back to improve the economy, education's improvements, etc.? Sure. Yes, that's what they should focus on. That is a good point about the no cookies. Well, I think Misanthropy, we want to have a large audience. Is there a certain reason that large audiences don't use chat rooms? What should we be using instead? I know things do cost when you move to a larger city. Does it cost 3 times larger, 3 times more expensive? Can I offer you a date? Do you want to go on a date? I'm like, what the? I don't. That's, you think we need to dumb things down if we want a larger audience? Really, Xanatril, I don't yeah, the first one I agree with. You're right. Okay, you're probably right, Xanatril. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. There's a lot of other inappropriate things, like Game of Thrones, but diddly dee. And hello, you MUT 1616 too. Yeah. Yeah, neither party does want to lower the debt. When using Cloudflare, you're essentially MITMing yourself. What is MITM? Misanthropy. You're like, Sarah, why don't you even know that? Anagram, you should already know that. No, I don't. So I'll ask. Yeah, it's weird, broadcaster. I don't really like that. You're putting all your data through their network, and all SSL encrypted traffic is essentially pointless unless you trust Cloudflare with your data. MITMing yourself. That's why he got fired. How's Cloudflare different from any other reverse proxy in this regard? Does it make Cloudflare bad? It isn't different from any other reverse proxy, but when I run a reverse proxy, I run it myself. So I have full control over that. They stopped me from getting to sites when using Tor. Okay. I am reading. Wait. Well. Hello, add the one. Oh, hello, add the one. Your name's blue like Tiddly Dee. I didn't see you at first. Now I have to look that up. You're not going to tell me. Oh, man in the middle. That's all I needed to know. Man in the middle. Got it. So if I use Cloudflare, they dislike Tor users. They may be a honeypot collecting data on everybody, and they dislike Tor users. Well, I'm glad I read about them though, because I like the idea of the CDN, you know, the content delivery network, being out on the edge of the network. I like that concept, but not necessarily like them using data. Well, you know, it's the military in you, Tiddly Dee, that's all. Are you a cop? No, I'm a veteran. That's what you can say, right? Because you are. I'm not. I should not say that. I'm not a veteran, and I'm not a cop. I am an educator. Minor league baseball game. Nice. Baseball team, nice. Oh, T1000, don't start asking people for addresses. That's not good. I understand you're upset, but no need to go like that. Okay, well, I just want to know how to... So I should go back to building the server myself and get into Linux, and before I just try to go to Cloudflare. My thought when I started reading about Cloudflare, and especially I thought that since Mark Vaughn uses Cloudflare, I would look at using Cloudflare, and that especially their Athenian project, which is free security and performance for state and local election websites. Let's watch the film.
There's attempt to subvert democracy.
What we saw, sophisticated.
Why can't I?
Help ensure that the political process has integrity.
So they're promoting a thing where Sure. I don't really care what you think. Want to call my shirt Fruity Pebbles, Carpet. I do think that is a little bit better than carpet swatches. They have this thing that they claim Are you going to try to join the minor league baseball team? Do you play baseball? Wait, state and local governments have the highest level of protection and reliability for free. They think it's their job, their duty to help protect the most vulnerable voices and most critical institutions on the internet. I would say we have a vulnerable voice and a critical institution. Wow. I am so sorry that happened to you, Xenitrell.
Ready for action, Jackson.
Oh, then never mind. I guess this isn't for us because it says it's for U.S. state, county, and municipal government sites.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Oh, hey, Tiddly Dee. You were on for a second. Okay, so forget Athenian Project. Forget Cloudflare. Alright, now I need to learn how to create just a server and host my own website there. A flare GIF. That's just weird, True Blue. Just weird.
So Netanyahu may be out. Possibility. Change up in Israel. In the leadership. Apparently endorsements by Donald Trump didn't get him the necessary votes to win the prime ministership. Wow. I guess Trump isn't as popular as he thinks in Israel. Especially when he told all Jewish people to vote Republican. That's exactly what Hitler did in the 1930s. Hitler told everyone to vote his party, and it didn't go well with a lot of Jewish people. I wouldn't doubt that led to Netanyahu's loss today. All right, what's happening? Concentration time on the code, or?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I was reading about Cloudflare, but then Misanthropy says I should not attempt to use Cloudflare, and they don't offer it for free. I was mistaken.
Yeah, it's pretty much of a paid opportunity. And Cloudflare has not been very, very good to us.
So I should probably just try to use Linux in the other room.
Yeah, just
download
experiment.
Linux on that computer.
Yeah.
And then,
We could put this computer in the other room in there and run it
but
into
I
the,
don't
into
think
the
that
TV.
has enough.
Computing capacity, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could look at it, but it's just so old, isn't it?
It's about 7, 8 years old, yeah.
I mean, did we ever use it for broadcasting?
We can't use it for broadcasting, no.
Oh, because it's too slow.
Yeah, that's the only one. I've got 24 gigs of RAM in there running an
But that's what you would
second
want to use for a
generation.
server.
Yeah, you want a second
Something
generation i7
that-
at the very minimum with 24 gigs of RAM, sure.
I mean, I could probably use that for a server, maybe, but
It would
I just
function,
like,
but not as a high-speed server.
yeah.
Why start with
exactly.
something bad?
I know.
And I can't move that computer in there because of, once you have a computer that's old, you best to leave it. I learned this the hard way after rebuilding and trying to get these things to run properly without spending hundreds of dollars on new video cards.
I could find server type computers on eBay cheaply, but I'd rather just start. Why can't I just use what I already have?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Oh, okay.
No, let's not talk about how about zero money?
That is
How
pretty
much?
interesting.
How much do you want to spend, Misanthropy, on anything really? When you think about it,
$100 or less. That is interesting. But I mean,
why spend the money though when we have a computer?
yeah, and I just need to know how things work.
It's really just a experiment in rudimentary server development. You guys must have servers at your home, right? You built your own server, right, Misanthropy? I don't do that. I don't believe that my time is best spent there. I'm more in the creative realm. I like video editing and audio editing and things like that. Building a server is and working up my Apache software is not really my thing. I know Sarah vowed to carry on in case something happens to me, but nothing's going to happen to me. Yeah, no one has bothered us doing what we do naturally every day. Yeah, and I have all kinds of lookouts everywhere to see if anything weird is happening. So I pretty much would know or feel something weird happening. Yeah. Nothing's happening. That insect that flew away a couple days ago, turns out it was not a drone. It was actually a rare insect that was on the extinction list. It's like hanging out in my front door. Stayed like 5 days. Dell PowerEdge R710 possible server, Sarah. Check this out. With only a 2.4 gigahertz, 24 gig RAM configuration. Is it loaded? It has 24 gigs of RAM. That's pretty nice for 119 bucks. Look at that. Very cool. Yeah, thank you. On my work. Sarah could put this in her back room with her office and set it up with a new TV her dad just got. Her dad got a TV, get this, at Walmart. It was a phenomenal deal. $59 for a 43-inch LED TV. Wasn't that really a heck of a deal?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anything that low. $59 for 43-inch LED. So, yeah, that could be your office TV and connect it to that.
Well, if I bought a server, I wouldn't know
Walmart.
how to run it. So, I mean, I first need to learn how to run a server.
Exactly. So don't
Before I
bother
buy it.
buying a server. You can run a server on our computer.
At least enough to play around with.
Thanks.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to experiment, and then when I feel like I need something more professional, then I'll get something more professional.
Yeah. And, take baby steps in everything you do. That's the way I look at everything. It's just, even if it takes 50 to 60 years to do something, I'm willing to wait because I don't seem to be
Because
affected.
I don't want to do it.
No, I don't seem to be affected by time. So
Yeah.
that's my biggest asset. everything around me can continue to, work slowly toward their goal. And I just sit there and be myself. And I could just be myself for the next 50 to 60 years. So Truth Tuesdays, truth is, if you're in debt, 14,000 if you're in the Z generation, 27.9 if you're in the, the millennial generation, and 36,000 if you are in fact an X generation person. That's the debt load the average person has in America.
I don't know.
That's the truth.
Is that person Ghost Politics? I love fries.
Yes, he's Ghost Politics. He's got a voice modulator, and that's why he doesn't go on screen, because he runs the show. I was told T-Wrecker makes $2,000 per episode to do the Ghost Politics show from Mark directly. That's what I was told. Maybe it was a TV they used on display at Walmart. Bottom line is it had a remote and it worked great. And I haven't checked it out, but I'm sure it'll be great for a monitor for Sarah when she wants to, do work or whatever.
I have no debt, but neither does David. David has no debt.
Yeah, to be in debt is really to be shackled to the debt slavery thing that's going on. Yes, he's using a voice changer to make him sound like Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this. David, that's really a great deal. I know.
Yeah,
her
and
dad
it's not a smart TV. That's the thing.
Yeah, her dad has this
that's
amazing.
Why it was,
it's not a smart TV, which was important. We didn't want the pixels looking back at us. It was a really nice thing to purchase. But her dad has this dealdar. He goes through and looks at all these Amazon clearance items, and he finds these deals of a century. Yeah. No, I don't need a voice changer because my voice is infinitely capable of manipulating any single sound and duplicating in perfect harmony. Give me an example of a sound that I can sound like. Wow. Holy crap. Sorry. A little ear rape there. No, Sarah and I had her mom and dad over for her graduation, in which she graduated. Yeah, it was really a good event. We had a lot of fun. I thought it was incredible. Yep. Oh yeah, here she is, graduating right in front of the gathering. Yes, 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 yes. Someday you'll be able to buy TVs from food trucks for $3. In the meantime, the TR-3B is a shaky camera and all is being seen flying in the skies above us. Is this humankind created, mankind developed? We don't know. Yeah, well, the fact is smart TVs technically are looking at you. We don't know that, but the pixels, they say, in the screens could be manipulated to look at you as a camera. Yeah, a Fire Stick or a Chromecast, one or the other. Fire Stick is great. Roku. Yeah, Roku works, to be a kind of a interface for Netflix and whatnot. A voice shifter, yes. You're not going to believe this, but there's this person named David Sponheim who's been manipulating the message, the key message that the present planet has been putting out, and now he's using our voice, which is really bizarre. Hey, I got a new rule for you. This is the rule I live by. If you can listen to Trump speak without thinking he sounds like an idiot, then you're an idiot. Yeah. If you actually hear him as your great messiah, solving your problems, stopping the deep state, you may want to ask yourself, has he prosecuted Hillary Clinton? No, he hasn't. Has he prosecuted Barack Obama on the birther issue? Oh no, he completely gave up on that as soon as he became president. Has he in any way flipped on gun control? Yeah, he's starting to talk about social credits determining whether you should own a gun or not. I mean, the list goes on and on of all the things this guy has done that's betraying our country. And if you still think he's really helping by saying, "Oh, we have a lot of oil, and we don't need any more oil. We've got great oil supplies, lots of oil. America's got the greatest oil supply of the world." I mean, we don't really need to forget the fact that the Balkan oil fields pretty much shut down with his inattention. We don't need to forget the fact that we've got shale oil operations that are getting no support from his presidency. Let's not forget that he gave West Virginia coal mining to China in a trade deal where he got 38 trademarks okayed with the Trump logo on it. And Trump Escort Service is one of them. I mean, I don't think we have a president. I think we've got a pimp. So if you're still thinking this guy is the best thing since sliced bread, wonder if you're making more money or are you losing more money at the bank? Is your money declining because it doesn't buy as much as it used to? And now inflation is up 1/3% this past quarter. Yeah, and then what about his statement about Greenland? Instead of solving the problems of climate change, which clearly are connected to chemtrails, he won't even bring up the word chemtrail. He's afraid to say the word chemtrail. Yeah, he's never said the word chemtrail. Alex Jones had him on his show. You're obviously going to do something about the chemtrails, right? And Donald Trump was like, "Oh, well, it's going to be a good year. Oh, yes. We're working very diligently on what?" So I think we're dealing with, and the Democrats are acting like this is something we should be doing. Dude, we already have been doing it for decades. That's why we have climate change. These people are so stupid. They don't even realize we are seeing the poisoning of our skies above us on a daily basis. And the Democrats don't want to talk about it. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. Snap that picture up. Yeah, she nailed it. Thank you. Brought to you by Tavistock. Mind Control brought to you by Tavistock. No, we're not going to shut down drilling for oil and suck up to the Saudis. No. No. I would rather open up drilling operations in North Dakota, even at a loss. Open those Bakken fields up, get all those people back on track, because we got a tremendous amount of gas under the ground. But shale oil mining has to be done naturally, not with benzene. And a lot of the oil companies are not taking any advice because Trump isn't hands-on. He's also not limiting the amount of greenhouse gases coming out of industry. You know, when he allowed 95% of the Utah State Park Network to be used as a drilling mining operation, he essentially created a larger carbon footprint on the planet by far. And then relaxing the standards now on everything, even air pollution controls in cars, which I'm actually okay with because I don't think we're all polluting that much. Our cars are pretty efficient in terms of the catalytic converters and the way they pull fumes out of your muffler. They're not bad. The big culprit is not the cars, believe me. There are 16 ocean liners that are culprits, producing more than enough greenhouse gas to create a problem. So we really could just deal with 16 ocean liners and cap those smokestacks and properly filter the air and minimize the amount of effluent coming out of industry and do the same with industry. The only effluent and particulates coming into the air would be coming from your anus, which, no offense, but some of us have flatulence. And the animals, livestock's anuses. It's not a big deal. They produce 5 times more greenhouse gases than automobiles. So don't think your automobile is causing the problem, okay? So that's why I'm in favor of relaxing the standards, and I'm fine with Trump going ahead, reversing California's control over air pollution. Yeah, I really, air pollution standards or air emission standards from California should be trimmed. They shouldn't control the rest of the country. No misanthropy. No, there's not going to be anybody leaving the show, and nobody's going to need to fake me or be somebody like me. Because I've already seen the future. I'm not in any way in jeopardy. Because I stay in one location and I have total thermographic scans of my exterior, my house, which tell me immediately if somebody's in my area, you know, hovering around with a rifle or something. I have no concerns whatsoever. You know, I've talked about having all convicted pedophiles face the death penalty. I actually am in favor of a 3-strike law, not necessarily medical castration, which is actually on the table as a possibility. Medical and physical castration has been discussed, but I really think a 3-strike law may be in order, especially with serial offenders like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, when they find Jeffrey Epstein again, because he clearly got away this time, it's going to be a different story. He won't be getting out with some fake suicide, and that's not going to happen that way. I don't think lobotomies are in order, no. They have tried medical castration on an experimental basis on severe pedophile offenders. And the recidivism rate is still about the same. It turns out it's not a sexual thing that these people are after. Ironically, it's actually some sort of a psychological thing that they're pursuing. It's not just sexual. Even if you pull the hormones out of these people, they're still going to want to offend children. The recidivism rate is pretty high. They go back to doing it, reoffending, but it's not as high as I thought it was. I actually mentioned one time it was above 90%. And I went looking, and so because some pedophile, this is when I first started too, the show about 11 years ago. Some pedophile contacted me and said, hey, you know, you just said a false statistic. And it's like, okay, well, I researched it. I found out that the recidivism rate and them getting back into molesting children is at 46%. But that's based on what we know of. What about the people that we don't know about that are getting away with it? So I think the variance is more like 70% that go back into that lifestyle. I don't think we should push the LGBTQ agenda publicly as a nation. I don't think the normative values would really should bend all the way to the deviant values of lesbian, transgenderism, and homosexuality. Normative values are to be retained, not destroyed. And this trend to destroy the normative values of children, if you have a child that is really not sure at a certain point whether they, you know, the tomboy girl or a homosexual boy who likes to do dress up, and you don't know where they're at, I think the best thing you can do as a parent is not discriminate. And I think that's the best thing we can do as a society. So I'm against discrimination of homosexuals, but I'm not in favor of endorsing this behavior as a mainstream thing. That's just crazy. And the Democrats have leaned in that direction. I think they're really over the top. And plus, no psychiatrist has ever cleared this as okay. Not one psychiatrist has said openly this is not self-injurious behavior when you cut your penis off. Someone in chat contacted me early on when we first started the show 11 years ago and said, hey, could you check the statistic because I think you're wrong. And I was wrong technically. It was at 46% recidivism. I don't think fruit vaping turns you into a fruity homosexual. Yeah, I think soybeans and genetically modified soybeans alters your esters if you're a man. If you're eating a lot of soy, especially GMO soy, which most soy drinks are made out of GMO soy unless it says non-GMO, you're going to be getting a lot of esters. But I think even with regular soy, you're going to be getting a lot of esters too. So I think really soy is a gateway to homosexuality. So a lot of these soy burgers, Beyond Burgers, Ultimate Burgers are luring you into a world of homosexuality. If you're in New Jersey or California, please disregard what I just said. I don't want to violate any state laws. You're not allowed to talk about the origins of a person's gayness in New Jersey and California. Soy boy, boy soy, yeah, that kind of thing. The boy soy fetish. So some of you are really kind of freaking out all the time now. I'm explaining to you what's going on. Your body is taking in so much soy that your esters they're no longer functioning like a man. Your testosterone has declined and your estrogen levels are increasing. Yeah, that's the truth. I would love to say otherwise, but no scientific study can validate what I'm saying, by the way. But it's the truth. Too much estrogen levels, you can get endometriosis. Exactly. That could be bad for women to be on soy too. Good point, Soul Child. Now, none of this has been validated by the medical community, but I'm saying this from a off-the-cuff, general knowledge level regarding the soy in our diet. And I'm not in any way giving you medical advice. I'm talking about what goes in your pie hole. You know, the thing that takes your food in, the gullet, esophagus. Yeah, we're not giving you medical advice. The Goy Soy Boy Toy. There you go. I think you got a website. That could be a hit. The Soy Goy Soy Toy Boy. Yeah. You better get all the website permutations. SoyGoyToyBoy.com, GoySoyToyBoy.com, BoyToyGoySoy.com, and of course BoySoyToyGoy.com. Guys take these things in their mouths and up their what? Butt plugs? What are you talking about? These things in a trillion. You mean the things that the male of the species have, the genitalia? Yeah, I find the whole subject to be disgusting. Talking about the human body, it's just pathetic. Well, it's clearly obvious that your bodies were designed alike, that everyone has the same organs, the same genitalia, of varying sizes and dimensions. Mr. Anderson, I presume. Yeah, 500 gay pride parades, 1 straight pride parade. Oh my God, let's protest. I'm with Tiddly D, man. Yeah, I mean, why would we want to, why is it's such a big deal to have a straight pride parade? Because gays want to be normalized. They desperately want to be normalized, so they want the ones to have the parade. Heteros can't have parades celebrating their heterosexuality. We're like animals. Like beings that are completely manipulated by the media that's in the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. The mind is being controlled through the endorphins, the pheromones, the stench of humanities. It's a breeding creature that continues to evolve, Mr. Anderson. Well, I'm just not here to promote LGBTQ. That's my point. It's going to get worse, Dave. Children are to be forced to decide whether they're elves or fairies soon, and will go through surgery to get their ears and wings or horns. I know. I saw a bunch of those people last night on a video. Oh my God, that was I can't even play it for you. It was so transgender, it takes my mind off reality. Mr. Anderson, I presume. Here I am, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Smith. We don't need to form a national militia simply because violence isn't the way out. We can simply sit here and talk forever and ever and ever if you want, but we clearly need a political direction to go in. I can't clarify that any better than I already have. How do we do it together? Yes, you'll be able to actually, we're going to have legalization of marijuana, I guess 453. One of my plans is to legalize Mary Jane because, frankly, she's medicinal. Yeah, Mary Jane is medicinal. That's an old word for marijuana. It has been proven in many different areas that marijuana has medicinal qualities. Therefore, it should not be on the list of controlled substances. You don't need to give me anything, man. This is all for us. Even Arnold has talked about it. Yeah. Arnold has been very clear. Yeah, very clear that this is not a drug. It's a leaf. It's a leaf. It's not a drug. I agree with Arnold. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Yeah. Did you hear that Terminator 6 is coming out? Yeah. It's coming soon to the TV and the network David D release, yeah. I highly recommend it. You're a lot like me, David. You could play Terminator 12 when I retire. I know. But I'm not a bodybuilder, Arnold. You are. I had a chance to meet Arnold Schwarzenegger. He used to hang out at the place I hung out all the time. A t-shirt factory. And I never had a chance to meet him. Everybody I knew met him. Yeah, he's looking a little older. Yeah. He's a government puppet. Scumbag lowlife. How do you know? Because he's gone against Trump? You know, I like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he's a pretty cool guy. We actually played some of his stuff recently. He's just a guy, everything happened positively. Everything in his life kind of fell together. But he worked really hard. I don't think anybody looked like Mr. Universe did when he took that role. I knew Franco Colombo. I knew Frank Zane, all of the great big Mr. Universes, but Arnold was the biggest, yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen Terminator 5. Is it good? I've been wanting to see it. Terminator 6 is in the works right now. I don't know Nicolas Cage, no. I don't know who he is. I mean, I know of him, yeah. He's the grandson of Francis Ford Coppola. I believe he's an actor, Nicolas Cage. Yeah, I've seen him in movies. Terminator Genesis sucked ass. Hey, good night, Soul Chain. Child, take care, sleep well. Have a nice night. Don't freak out about, the littlest things. You'll get better over time. Natalie Portman playing the new Thor, really? That's right, Cal Worthington and his dog Spot will be waiting for you when you get back. If you want to go see Cal in chat. If you want to have a chat with Cal in chat. If you want to get chat on the... Yeah, let's just move on here. Hey, I think we're done with the server link and cryptography, computer centers, DDoS attacks. We've got former president of Microsoft Canada, Frank Clegg, on the 5G network and how unsafe it is, courtesy of Scissor Fight. We've got that coming up tonight. Whoa, yay. Sarah the Grad.
And I spent over 40 years Hello, my name is Frank Clegg, and I spent over 40 years in the technology sector. My most recent position as the president of Microsoft Canada. In my career, I've seen the tremendous benefit that technology can provide. I've also seen the potential harm if technology is not implemented correctly. And I believe our current implementation of wireless technology is not safe. That's why I co-founded Canadians for Safe Technology and why I joined the business advisory group of the Environmental Health Trust. I am especially concerned about our current implementation of 5G wireless technology. And the more research I do and the more experts I talk to, the more concerned I become. Now, there's no doubt that there are benefits such as autonomous vehicle and faster download speeds. At the same time, I think there is potential harm. I think it's important that we understand that 5G is not just an incremental number on our cell phones. In fact, over 230 scientists and researchers from 41 countries around the world have formally written to the United Nations, their member nations, and the World Health Organization, expressing their concern over the planned rollout of 5G technology, especially for vulnerable populations such as children, pregnant women, and the environmentally sensitive. They have been joined by state legislatures and federal regulators who have asked the FCC to provide evidence that there is no harm from the rollout of 5G technology.
Now, I remember when they tested a 5G mast in the Netherlands, and the mast actually caused 299 birds to drop right out of the sky. Yeah, all dead birds. I've seen bee populations drop like flies, pun intended. We've seen massive death under the 5G network operation. So whether it's an insect or a bird, it's bound to affect humans. So why are there no studies done on this at all? Now, Jeffersonian Girl has Mall Shooting Blitz and Fort Worth Part 2 tonight. Exposing the media. Mall Shooting Blitz in Fort Worth Part 2. Let's take a quick look at, dive into this. Okay, and Tiddly D, you got something too? Okay. Oh, Natalie Portman as Thor. Okay.
Marvel fans are about to get a whole lot more Thor, and we mean that literally.
Okay, as I stated in my last video, I anticipated someplace with the word fort was a possible location for the next fake event after the Gold Car California boat fire event occurred based on the Midland Odessa Sean Saxton theory. Okay. The theory that some of these are real and some of these aren't.
I seen all the signs, I seen all the signs.
Okay. Days after California boat, they announced that they had prevented a mass shooting in Fort Worth. Coincidentally, again, just like Midland Odessa, had an active shooter drill just a couple weeks prior. Okay. She predicted all this.
A potential copycat shooter wanting to emulate a shooting in the Midland Odessa area stopped because his father called police. According to investigators, a man called police because his 27-year-old son withdrew hundreds of dollars from the bank and he had an intent to purchase a gun. Fortunately, several businesses turned him away after he failed a background check. The Fort Worth police chief says the man admitted to officers his intent. Chief Ed Cross says the refusal from merchants and the phone call from the man's dad prevented a potential mass shooting in the...
Well, just like the Odessa, Midland, and all the rest, Fort Worth has just recently completed active shooting training. Again, another example of a crisis event going live. And then all of a sudden, real shooting is occurring at an event that a crisis unit is at. Just a little too convenient and highly suspicious that these people who are behind this agenda of gun control are willing to lie about these events happening just so that you, the viewer, believes that, oh, we need gun control. Oh, golly. When in fact, that's the first sign of a society eroding from within, trying to take down and demilitarize its own people. Unable to trust their own people, they systematically try to disarm them, making them weak, kind of like the Jews were in Germany. They were all disarmed prior to the Nazis scrolling through the streets. You know that, right? Yeah. On your first presidential debate, will you bust out the fruit enzyme spray? Whatever it takes. I don't care. If that gets me noticed, hell yeah. Excuse me, but I'm going to do a little fruit spray, right? Thank you. My face needs fruit spray every 15 minutes to maintain its supple nature. That guy puts out the 4 albums a year. Yeah, I know. No, you keep saying it's fake news. They never identified the disease that those birds were coming from. No. That's all. If anything, that's fake news, what you just posted. I was at the location with my video. We saw an actual person in the Netherlands post the story as it happened, dude. Yeah. We have copies of it somewhere on YouTube, unless it's been deleted. Oh, that's right. Probably was deleted because they don't want anyone to know that. No, we had it on our show. We actually have it in one of our episodes. I'm not going to find it because I don't have it chronologized. You cannot. No, you cannot. You cannot sell lots of drugs if you were. Yeah, no. Only legalization. Only pot in the future. Coke, heroin, fentanyl, Oxycontin, all the drugs will be illegal still. No, I saw an actual interview. We in fact saw it on our show. The guy there at the time witnessed it, and he looked down and showed the cameras, and he says, yeah, they just tested a 5G mast, yeah, in the Netherlands. Yeah. And he looked right straight down, and all the birds were on the ground. Yeah, you can't deny a video that shows you clearly it happened at the same time. Are you mind melding with some secret CIA force? Well, you need to work out. Kind of like Chris Farley did before he decided to speedball his way to the next dimension. That's what you do when you want to lose weight quick and then end up dying. Thank you for that. Chris Farley in one of his last roles. Okay, thank you for playing that. We got that lined up, and rolling through the script here. Just bear with me. Weird weather hitting the Houston area, Galveston. So we're still seeing a large hurricane bear down. Of all the times to have another hurricane, and it came from nowhere, which implies weather modification.
You take a look at the signature right now. All the bright colors show you where the real heavy rain is falling. It's coming down. It's going to be coming down in buckets as well. If you look at how much rain is being projected, I want you to watch that dark color, like the black color you see there. South and east of Houston, talking 15 to 24 inches of rain. Now, this area is actually abnormally dry right now, but you can't put that much rain on parched earth. You're going to have some flooding problems. So that's how I sort of give you the bottom line on Imelda.
Okay, Imelda, the next one. High likelihood for street flooding through Thursday in the Houston area. So very concerned about that, as everyone else should be. A hurricane doesn't form underground, above ground? Oh, really? Where does a hurricane form, Dr. Meow? You're so knowledgeable. I just talked to a meteorologist recently. They form way high up. Yes, over the oceans. That's correct. I don't think you should be buying and selling drugs, man. I told you, Guest 453, you should stay away from drug dealing, man. You're gonna mess up your life, boy, girl, whoever you are. Yeah, don't go there, man. You're fantasizing about making quick money. Those days are over, dude. We have one of our viewers over at iVlog bought a lot of bitcoins for next to nothing, and he cashes out his bitcoins all the time just to pay for his McDonald's deliveries of food. And he is over 300 pounds, probably over 400 pounds by now, and he's given up. And I can't talk him out of into a diet plan. McDonald's delivers for $10 or $12 a month. They actually deliver to his house, and he gets anything he wants. Of course, he has to pay for the product, but he gets free delivery. So he's just sitting there like a whale. Oh, I'm gonna have a Big Mac tonight, I guess. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. Chicken nuggets. And he's just like completely, he's gone. And he said to me last night, he said, Dave, I'm hopeless. If I didn't have these bitcoins, I'd be on the street. His parents, his family, his friends are all rejecting him. And he feels lonely inside, so he eats. Oh, that's you? Okay. I was wondering, I'm having a conversation with this guy over there. That's him. I must have known that secretly. Yeah, he's in the show right now. But this is a hangout for people who are extremely obese, which is, I'm fine with that. I'm glad that you can hang out. You don't have to go very far to talk to somebody. I struggled with weight gain all my life. Cumulatively, I probably lost a lot of weight and gained a lot of weight over the years. So I can tell you, Uncle Lester, welcome. Would you support the ability for Americans to legally hunt bald eagles and homeless people? No. No, I'm so sorry. We don't allow murder and genocide and all that. Hey, nice to see you're in. Yeah, that's not legal, man. And it's a $15,000 fine, and I think a few years in jail for eating an eagle. Yeah. But no, a lot of people have, they want to have a place to go and hang out. I welcome anybody with a weight problem to hang out in our show too. Absolutely. Part of the problem is people are losing their ability to actually function socially, not because they can't get out of bed or wipe themselves. A lot of thin people too have a hard time just communicating now. It seems that the iPhone generation has completely been kind of they've been thrown a bone that wasn't very tasty. Yeah, it's kind of like, here, throw you a bone, and you're biting into it. It's like, I'm supposed to have some sort of a social life with this thing, you know? And you're not. Your social life is deteriorated to you standing there at the coffee shop, being around people, mind you, and some of them may be attracted to you, and you're like on your iPhone, you wouldn't even know. It's eye contact that makes people react to you. But when your eye contact is here, that significant method of communicating doesn't work. That's why you can't get a girlfriend or boyfriend. So the iPhone has taken our eyes away from each other, which has affected our way of communicating. That's pretty much the truth of it. So we have a collective separateness in our life. Alvin Toffler wrote about this in his book Future Shock, and later his book The Third Wave. I really believe that we can't really stop that disconnection other than to bring on websites like this where we can communicate on our system. A lot of the times just talking to your friend, having a one-on-one conversation, isn't expanding your consciousness. It's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you. There you go. That's the truth about overweight. Yeah, totally. One of the problems you have to interrupt if you want to lose weight is that urge to just treat yourself. And it's really punishment by putting food in your mouth in excess. And let me tell you one thing about eating, and this is a really simple truth too that you need to understand. The gerontologists have studied this. They found out that if you eat half of what you normally eat, you'll probably live twice as long. That doesn't include, people who are, anorexic and need to lose some more weight. They're going to have a short lifespan, like Karen Carpenter. We've only just begun to live. White lace and promises. But no, so if you cut your intake in half, you definitely will have a longer life. Yeah, so I mean, that alone should make you want to cut back, especially if you're pounding down 3 or 4, large pizzas from Little Caesars every day. Yeah, you got a direct line to McDonald's, and they're bringing by McBee's every few hours. Free delivery, of course. Guest 453 says, I need to order my McDonald's now. They won't deliver later. So some of you are trying to get into the medical or recreational marijuana industry. I think that's a pretty good move. It's expanding, and as you see, I'm going to open up legal marijuana. As president, that's my plan. So this is an out-of-the-box idea. It's kind of it's out of the box. It's the best way I can describe it. Washington State has had a successful 2-3 years now, brought in almost $2 billion in total retail sales. Hey folks, if some of you are in Houston right now, I'm going to suggest this idea for your house. If you got some strapping tape and some augers, this gentleman handled his house no problem. It handles hurricanes no problem. It's a great way to do it. You need an auger drill or something to drive an auger into the ground, or you could just sit there and try it yourself slowly and get some strapping tape. Lots of it. Out of the box ideas for all of you in the hurricane. You were a junk food addict, there you go. But marijuana is very beneficial. It has this is an artistic representation of what it does to brain tumors. It molds itself directly around the brain tumor and is able to actually shut the brain tumor off from any life force, so it doesn't grow. Isn't that a great concept? It's too bad that we lost Valerie Harper recently after, a 5-year battle with brain cancer? Yeah. Karen Carpenter. We've only just begun. I can't sing it.
We've only just begun.
All right, beautiful voice. The sound of Karen Carpenter. The mellifluous voice of the anorexic we knew as Karen Carpenter. Yeah, but if you look at the overall benefits of legal marijuana, I think you'll see that once we legalize it, many of you will have opportunities, like here in Washington. People are benefiting big time. There's a lot of people working that they would never even have a job. Zero really die of overdoses or deaths from marijuana, so it's a very safe and sane drug, and I think, or excuse me, herb. And I think many of you are probably going to want to, look into that option once your state legalizes it. So, national program to legalize would be very helpful for this country. It can't hurt. For all these years, we've only just begun. Sarah has never smoked marijuana and never will. She does something else. She does master's degrees in learning and technology. That's right. She doesn't let her mind drift into, pot, which is great. She avoids it. I think that's great. If you can definitely never try it, if you haven't tried it already. Otherwise, you're going to like it, and it's going to be something you're going to lean on and have a psychological dependency on. Yeah, she does math, something other than pot. Well, Lester, thanks for coming in. I remember you, yes, and thanks for concerning yourself about the fate of bald eagles and homeless people. Very kind of you. Now, in honor of you, Uncle Lester, we should talk about the state of Maine, because I know you hate Maine more than any human being on earth. I don't know why, but you dislike Maine. Governor Page won't legalize it. He won't let the legislature actually implement marijuana at recreational stores. So 2 years into it, marijuana cannot be purchased in Maine. You're going on to the Fart Festival in Gujarat? I know. Many of you who have lots of flatulence could go to India and experience flatulence at its best. There's a brand new Fart Festival outside of New Delhi in India. Yes, they are embracing flatulence. It is most beautiful. So whether the additive that was in the vape oil was dangerous or not, they have detected high levels of banned food additives found in popular vape liquids. So since the government isn't regulating this, they're just going to ban it entirely, which makes no sense at all. It's more than likely that somebody contaminated 3 vials of a vaping container and then ended up killing some people. To me, it looks like a murder. It doesn't look like the vape industry should suffer. But like many things Trump does, he's now punishing the vape industry and all the people that save money vaping as opposed to using cigarettes. So a lot of people are turning to cigarettes to get off vaping. How ironic. Yeah, Tucker had this story on unidentified aerial phenomenon. I tend to think it's just basically diversion tactics by the government, the alien agenda, because clearly impeachment hearings are starting, and no one in the government wants impeachment. But people even in the Democratic Party, splinter groups of people like Nadler and I guess others, Ocasio and many others, are trying to move toward impeachment. And the big news tonight, no clear winner in Israel's general election, and Netanyahu has not succeeded in power.
Chef, based on the preliminary exit polls, either way you look at it, this is not a good day for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In Israel, you need 61 seats in the country's parliament, referred to as the Knesset here, in order to govern. None of the polls that have come out today from 3 of the main Israeli channels put Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over that 61 vote threshold. While there is a left bloc and a right bloc, the left bloc led by Benny Gantz, the former army general of the Blue and White Party, and the right bloc, Benjamin Netanyahu of the Likud Party, there is mixed polling as to who will pull off a victory tonight.
You know, the Israelis wanted Donald Trump to win. Oh, definitely. They benefited greatly. Look at the funding for $1 billion in moving our embassy to Jerusalem. They love that. Yeah, the Israelis like Donald Trump. He's a Zionist. So there's no reason for them not to like him. What Donald Trump did was he betrayed the Jewish people when he said that you should vote Republican if you're Jewish. That's a very bad thing, what he did. That may have cost Netanyahu some votes. Even his staunchest supporters are very upset that that's exactly what Adolf Hitler did, telling the Jews who to vote for. Netanyahu's going to ask for a recount and win. He'll secure the Jordan Valley to the north and place 5 million settlers and farms there. And just to have the vote done, they're going to just move 5 million settlers up there in one night. Well, I'd like to see the price of avocados lowered. I really would.
There are a few polls that actually have the Prime Minister winning when you look at the blocks by 2 seats, but it still does not get him to that majority. This turns us to a third party important to look at, which is the Our House of Israel party, led by the former defense minister Avigdor Lieberman. He is considered the kingmaker in all of this. He is going to get anywhere from 8 to 10 seats based on the preliminary exit results. This will give him the ability to decide basically who is going to be the next prime minister of Israel.
Avigdor Lieberman, why not? The third party presidential or prime minister candidate, Avigdor Lieberman. What a great concept. Next. We don't listen to Beto O'Rourke on anything because he wrote a book on how he wanted to murder children, or a story. Cokie Roberts died. We covered that, age 75. We will miss Cokie. Yeah, she was really you never thought of her as a person who would ever die, you know. She was truly a terrific mastered journalistic performance. And had a swarthy attitude for a woman. Yeah, grew a lot of respect among men and women, Cokie Roberts. I think she really made a place for women among the ABC staff. ABC News, Nightly. Actually, ABC News Nightly with Tom Brokaw. ABC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Hi, this is John in Los Angeles. It's probably 7:30 on September 15th, 2019. And I'm showing you our sunset here, guys.
Wow.
And if you think this is a sunset, you're absolutely wrong. Look at this. Black sunset.
Black. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Black sunset. Yeah. Chemical sunset.
Just for a quick little added bonus. You got a sprayer up here now. Nice, huh?
Oh.
But look at this, guys. They've been doing it all day long. They've been spraying all day long.
Unbelievable.
And this is the aftermath of what they've left us. And I know many people have taken pictures of this thinking it's great.
That's not great, no.
It's like volcano fallout here. What is this stuff?
It is. It is like volcano fallout.
Take a good look.
Yeah.
You guys, once you find out what's really going on, you are going to be so freaking mad.
Yeah.
You really are. And I can't believe you don't see it right now. As I'm showing you this, I can't believe you're not angry about this.
I am angry about this.
It's not clouds.
No.
But many people accept it that way.
Yeah.
Very
ridiculous.
sad.
It is.
So, anyway, I gotta sign off here. I'm tired, and I'm tired of looking at this stuff. This was an all-day sprayer, guys. They slacked off for a few days. You know, I saw one or two here and there, but now, today, September 15th, big Purim festival, they've really done it.
Yeah.
All right? So look at that. Yeah, land of the free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Home of the betrayed. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be playing something very similar. A guy in Chicago just decided to get off the freeway and started screaming about the chemicals they're spraying in the sky. We'll play that for you as an encore tonight after the show.
So I'm staying with a friend, and I look out her beautiful window, and I go, "Oh, that's great. Nice chemtrails."
Yeah, really a compelling sound from a man who, just like this man, is upset that his being, his family, his life is being dumped on with chemtrails. If you want verification of chemtrails, just go to my site, chemtrailparty.com, and click the link button. It'll take you all over the place, showing you absolute proof that these chemicals and heavy metals are being dumped on us daily. They're not fruit enzymes, they're really dangerous chemicals that can interact with our system to lower our immune system. Alex of Jeopardy is giving us more information. Okay. As you know, many people are experiencing Many people are experiencing the aftermath of finding out that Alex is receiving chemotherapy. Yeah, so we have a video tonight on that. Here he is.
One of the things I've learned in the past 6 months is that the course of pancreatic cancer treatment is not a straightforward affair. There are always curves and unexpected events. This past summer, because I was making such good progress, we thought I was finished with chemo. That was a bit premature and certainly over-optimistic. I began immunotherapy, but that didn't go very well at all. My numbers went south, dramatically and quickly. The doctors are now re-examining my situation, and it appears I will be having more chemo treatments ahead of me. Hey, they worked very well the first time, so we're expecting good results again. But please keep me in your good thoughts and prayers. Believe me, it means a lot.
Wow. Okay, Alex, thank you. Awesome. Yeah. Okay, we'll be praying for him and hoping that positive results, and build that immune system. As you take chemo, build your immune system, so eat well. Whatever goes in your stomach is the only shot you've got to keep your immune system operating while they break it down to kill the cancer. Theme of tonight's show is truth, and we talked about the 9/11 show that we had last week, the tribute show, and it was really very good. I believe that there definitely was a cover-up. They won't talk about demolition. The 9/11 Commission report needs to be re-examined by its own laws. It has to be reviewed every 10 years for new information, and there's more than enough information to get a 10-year review, and it's still, I mean, we could easily have it right now. I mean, it's more than 10 years ago. So we need a review of the 9/11 Commission report with new evidence, especially considering we've never found the perpetrators of the 9/11 attack. All 18 Saudi Arabians were never found, alleging that these people were the ones that caused it. I think it was more likely than not an inside job, because the SEC operated external emergency headquarters 2 days before the event. That's one of the sure signs that somebody had advanced knowledge of this happening within our government. That alone, plus the evidence of the Mossad being on location videotaping, which we now know is true, is another indication of advanced knowledge of it happening. Who was behind it? Who benefited from it? We started 2 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, all of which surround Israel, protecting Israel. Why would the Mossad be there videotaping the 9/11 attack unless they had something to gain? And Israel clearly has gained a lot. $2 trillion our government has thrown into attacks on countries around the region of Israel. So my question is, how long are we going to be doing the Protect the Israel plan? When are we going to jump off of this New World Order Zionist tendency to do everything Israel tells us to do? When is our nation going to be independent of Israel on that level? I like Israel. I think Israel's a great ally. But there's no reason why they should dictate our foreign policy. And that's why I believe that Biden and Trump, being Zionists, are no good for this country. And remember, Hitler was a Zionist too. Don't forget that. Most people don't know that. Karen on drums, right? Right, we got Karen Carpenter on drums. She was one of the most amazing drummers in the world. We lost an incredible talent with Karen Carpenter. She truly had a gift. Fantastic. All right, we'll take a look at Karen Carpenter later. Thanks for bringing her up. Yeah. What the world? And this story, which I kind of passed me by earlier, Trump is floating an individual task force against homelessness. And what that means, no one really knows. Let's take a look. On his way to California on Tuesday, Trump told reporters that he's considering an individual task force to take on the issue of homelessness in California, which he said is destroying cities like San Francisco and LA. Okay. We're looking at it very seriously. I've spoken to HUD Secretary Carson in terms of the housing element, but we have people living in our best highways, our best streets, our best entrances to buildings, where people in those buildings pay tremendous taxes, where they went to those locations because of the prestige. In many cases, they came from other countries, they moved to LA, and they moved to San Francisco because of the prestige of the city, and now all of a sudden, they have tents. Hundreds and hundreds of tents, people living in an entrance to their office building. Well, I'm sure Trump's next method is to just come up with a simple plan like the FEMA camps. Yeah, that's probably what he's going to suggest. That would be typical of a New World Order president who simply wants to do what the oligarchs tell him to do. Are you against homelessness or homosexualness? I don't know. I'm against both, except I'm not gay. If you want to be homosexual, you can be in New Jersey and California and any other state that legally allows it to happen. David, I don't need to write a movie script, Uncle Lester. If I wrote a movie script to send people, all the homeless people to Area 51, that's exactly what the CIA wanted to do when they introduced a story that 1 million people want to storm Area 51. Remember that? That was out like a month ago. They arrested 2 guys that bought the story that the CIA pitched online. But they really want people to be fragmented and think that, oh yeah, we should all go to Area 51. Sure. Why don't you write the screenplay? You seem to be connected. I wrote 2 screenplays and they were stolen already. One was made into a movie. Well, actually, both of them were made into a movie. Yeah, I made the mistake of writing synopsis and screenplays back in the 80s and only getting a 1-year copyright on the Screen Actors Guild. They only offered like a 1-year copyright protection. One of them came out to be a very, very popular movie. I'm not going to tell you which one. It was not a comedy when I wrote it, but they turned it into a comedy. I wrote a screenplay with a guy, and he just grabbed it, and I said, yeah, I just finished writing. It was 97 pages. Here. He grabbed it. He said, oh. And he opened it up, and he didn't bother looking. He looked like he was coked out of his head, this guy I handed my screenplay to. He was going to be the co-writer. And he said, oh, I looked at it, he said, it's all handwritten, man. What am I going to do with handwritten? I said, well, I mean, you wanted a screenplay. I wrote it in like 6 weeks. Of course I hand wrote it. Get a typist, you idiot. And that was the last I ever saw him. And then he took the screenplay and it appeared in the movies 2 years later. Democratic donor Ed Buck arrested for third man overdoses at his LA home. Oh, okay. These repeated ODs are going on and on. He's Democratic donor Ed Buck, third man overdoses at his LA home. Wow. He was reportedly arrested Tuesday after another man overdosed on methamphetamines at his California apartment. Buck was charged with maintaining a drug house at his West Hollywood address and accused of supplying meth last Wednesday to a 37-year-old man who overdosed but survived. Buck injected the man with 2 dangerously large doses of meth. With this new evidence, I authorize the filing of criminal charges against Ed Buck, big donor. But before last week, 2 other men fatally overdosed on meth at Buck's residence, and no charges were brought against him in those cases. He should be charged with manslaughter for those cases. The lack of legal action following the deaths of Gamel Moore, 26, and Timothy Dean, 55, sparked protests calling for Buck's arrest, the network said. LA prosecutors portrayed Buck as a sexual deviant who preys on vulnerable victims. Wow. Moore was a homeless, worked as a prostitute, died at Buck's home on July of 2017. Wow. You know, we had a guy, we had a woman go on our camera. We have live cameras over, for some reason people aren't using them over at iVlog, but we have live cameras where people go online. And about 3 years ago, a woman went online with a guy from a drug rehab home in California. I wonder if that was Buck's. And they said that they were getting money. This woman was like all over the place. Her arms were like, and is like scratching and is like higher than a kite on meth. And she said that the government pays them to be in this halfway house and do meth in California. Thanks, Dark Engine. All right. Well, I'm not a politician, so thank you. I don't take offense to that ticking time bags. Yeah. Yeah, but they have halfway houses where they actually fund them as a way for people to get off the street, and they just go in there and they do meth the whole time. It's like legalized meth use. It's the weirdest thing. They get funding to do this. California is apparently very liberal. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what they're going to do with these laws. They've allowed teenage or child prostitution. They have no penalties against child prostitution. So children can be rotated back on the street as child prostitutes in California. Yeah, very weird setup. And they've got a misdemeanor for giving people HIV. It's not a felony manslaughter to give people HIV, which is a deadly disease. So California is very light on all kinds of laws. Yeah, this has been great. I haven't played any music because I'm afraid to. Yeah, they may monetize everything I do. The censors. Sorry for the terrible noise. That was terrible. Hey, Dave, we got to stop the madness. I know, man. I know it's going on and on. Here comes another one. We got a story about AV8, Field McConnell, Pizzagate, and pedophilia. Let's see what this is about. Wow, this is 1 hour and 14 minutes. That's a good video. Thank you. I'll bring that in. Now, I don't mind. You know, I was just watching some Titus. He does a pretty good, Titus Frost does a pretty good job revealing any stories he gets on Pizzagate. But like many people, Titus has gone off the deep end to QAnon. And many people who are trying to reveal, you know, sick stuff about Jeffrey Epstein are focused on QAnon, somehow believing that Donald Trump is going to do everything he can to stop pedophilia when he did nothing to protect Jeffrey Epstein in his jail cell from a suicide or worse, being released with no video footage of him leaving because the camera was down. Okay, News Punch has a story about CPS being exposed. Let's take a look. Arizona CPS worker exposes child sex ring in foster care system. Wow, this is what we've been talking about. CPS enabling foster care parents to actually be with children that are innocent, like this little girl. An Arizona CPS worker has brazenly broken her gag order to speak out about a violent child sex trafficking ring in which children are routinely raped and tortured in the foster care system. Wow. Beth Breen, a former employee of Arizona DCS, detailed the horrifying treatment suffered by a young girl named Devani to Northwest Liberty News. According to Breen, she was gagged from speaking about the case, but decided it was in the public interest to do so anyway. Wow. Thank you. FreeThoughtProject.com reports Breen explained that she was a driver for a 5-year-old girl whose stay in foster care ended with her being prematurely disfigured and fighting for her life in ICU because of her bureaucratic protection within the system. The child, who's referred to as Jane Doe in a lawsuit, but whose real name is Devani, was taken from her parents because they had substance abuse issues. Because her mother struggled with addiction, the state took Devani from her. Like mentioned before, they took her from a bad situation and threw her into a nightmare, where she was repeatedly raped and tortured. Breen's job involved driving Devani from her foster home 90 miles away for a 2-hour supervised visit with her parents each week. Because the round trip was 4 hours, Breen would spend more time with Devani than her parents. And during the interview, Breen states that there was 36 police reports made to the foster home in which Devani lived, but they were never investigated. Wow. This is terrible. The foster parent David Frodsham, the deputy commander of the Fort Huachi Army Base, a position he held after being kicked out of Afghanistan for deviant sexual behavior. He's given the job of a foster parent after he's kicked out of Afghanistan for deviant sexual behavior, would only be arrested after this monster became so overtly careless that he went to the foster office drunk to collect his check for fostering children. Breen said she was perplexed at the fact that only 3 people were arrested in connection with this child sex trafficking and torture ring Frodsham was running out of the DCS-approved foster home. Instead of opening a statewide investigation after Frodsham and other sex trafficking sickos were arrested, the state went after those who tried to expose it. During the interview, Breen explained how she was arrested for peacefully protesting the abuse of children inside the system. In 2017, the TFTP reported on Devani's case in a subsequent lawsuit, which is nothing short of something out of a horror film. After having her child taken, Michelle Tremor Calderon, the girl's biological mother, began to improve her condition. With a clearer head, Tremor noticed that her daughter seemed to be deteriorating in the care of her state-appointed foster parent, David Frodsham. I did everything DCS wanted me to, she said, and received certificates of completion and was in full compliance with my rights were severed. Her rights as a mother were severed. After only a few weeks in the care of Frodsham, multiple signs of abuse and neglect began to arise. However, no action was taken. Tremor had pointed out on multiple occasions that her daughter had continued urinary tract infections, which can sometimes indicate signs of repeated sexual abuse in children. Her concerns, however, fell on deaf, bureaucratic ears. She says, I told CPS DCS caseworker on several occasions due to my concerns, and they were all ignored. Oh, this story goes on and on. What a sad case. Nearly 25,000 runaways reported in 2017. 1 in 7 were likely victims of child sex trafficking. Of those, 88% were in the care of social services when they went missing. Wow. Unbelievable. I've got some personal information about that. Yeah, I've been tracking a situation out there in the East Coast for some time. A series of cases have not been. They pop up in the news, and then they disappear, and the news article's gone. Yeah. I've taken a kind of an interest in looking into this, and every time I look into something like a serial offender who's a molester of children, it actually reached the news in one particular case. And I absolutely couldn't believe that this story disappeared from the face of the earth. So it's more than likely the guy who was the offender on the East Coast who had molested 104 boys, they say, is still back in business. I can't do anything with information. I'm just looking at stuff on the news that's disappearing. You notice that too? So yeah, stories about pedophiles that are completely evaporating on the internet. So if somebody is going into the internet and cleaning it up to get rid of any traces of the story where these people should be in jail, these people are being put back on the street, taking in more kids. So it's definitely something I'll be looking into as president if I make it to that point. But beyond that, there's not much I can do. The reality is the people that are looking into it end up getting killed. This lady right here, she's a Arkansas Little Rock former state senator. Her body was found about 4 months ago, riddled with bullets. They didn't even know who it was. She was like Hamburger. And she had been doing a detailed study of CPS and how they were not returning kids to their grandparents who begged them to return their grandchildren. That they were keeping those kids in the system, just like this Arizona case. So Fox News has reported that this woman is standing next to her is the suspect who shot her. Now, I don't know what kind of evidence they have against this woman who's been arrested, but I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt a woman would riddle another person with bullets so much that they couldn't even recognize her. That's not a crime of passion. That's an actual military execution. That's where they don't want the body to be discovered. Anyway, stories like this proliferate. Nancy Schaefer in 2010, same thing happened where they claimed it was a murder-suicide with she and her husband. They were both Christians. They went to church every Sunday. They never would have murder-suicided, but they were doing detailed research with a guy named William Fain, who was going to do a documentary. Well, William Fain had all their footage of everything, over 2 hours of documentary footage of people in Atlanta who were having their kids taken away by CPS or the equivalent, and felt that all this was completely unjustified. And these people were concerned. They'd gone to Nancy Schaefer, and they had said, "Hey, you know what's going on?" Nancy Schaefer said, "I'll look into it," and she did. I mean, for two sessions, she was a state senator. She exposed the family courts, and she was gunned down and assassinated. Nancy Schaefer. Not this girl here, different woman. But they claim that she and her husband, murder-suicide. Well, her husband was shot virtually in the... Thank you. Her husband was shot in the stomach, and she was shot in the back. I mean, I don't know anybody that would shoot themselves in the stomach and not just finish themselves off, because that's one of the slowest deaths you can get, and most torturous. I do ASMR in the show all the time. Yeah. People hear me in the background. She thinks she is, but it's not Latvian girl, it's her mole. You too. Thank you so much, Sausage, for coming in. But Nancy Schaefer was doing her best to stop this, and she was offed. A lot of people are being taken out by the network of control. Now, what happened, ironically, with CPS is Bill Clinton, right before he left office, Epstein Island, Bill Clinton, right before he left office, he made a provision in the CPS code that they would all get $4,500 if they pulled a kid from a traumatic home and placed them in a foster care home. So every time a CPS officer yanks some kid out of a home and places them with a foster care, they get a bonus of $4,500 from the government, the federal government. And in some states like Ohio, they get as much as $30,000. An incentive for CPS to pull kids from homes. Then they get whatever the kid sells for in the open market. I mean, this is almost too weird to believe, but if this network of pedophiles is nesting in the Child Protective Services network, our country is upside down, inside out. There's something very screwed up here. And if that continues without any kind of oversight, all of our children are in danger. Even if I don't have children, but if you have children, you're in danger. I would watch your kids like a hawk and don't put them in vulnerable situations where somebody could call CPS on them. Today I was at a Costco and I saw a woman, what appeared to be initially a strict parent. She noticed that her kids were running across the Costco floor, 2 of them, or 3 of them, after going to the bathroom, and they were running toward her, and they were running fairly fast. She said, I want you to go back and walk all the way back to the bathroom and walk back calmly and come back. So she actually punished them right in front of us. And I actually thought that, well, that's probably smart to do, so that remember that they should never run in a Costco. You can hurt yourself. The concrete floors, all that. And I thought that was very responsible behavior. And then she pulls out a 6-inch knife. I'm serious. It was like unbelievable. It was like this long. The blade was 6 inches, and she proceeds to go toward the pizzas of the kids and start cutting the pizzas up. And I thought, oh, that's kind of weird. You're walking around with a 6-foot or 6-inch blade, and you're okay. I get that. You're in a public area with a very dangerous weapon. Then she hands it to the kids so they could play with it. And it's like, oh my God. I mean, and then I thought, do I call CPS? I mean, seriously. And I thought, I don't know. I don't want to hurt her family's dynamic. I mean, surely she had a reason to hand a deadly weapon to her kids. I mean, they had to cut the pizza, right? Anyway, it's not my responsibility to call some agency. But if you see something like serious abuse, that wasn't abuse, serious abuse going on, you have an obligation to contact somebody, but who are you going to call? People that molest children? I don't know. I'm sure they were trained in knife safety. They looked like responsible kids. And she looked like she was pretty strict. So it just looked a little weird to see a 7-year-old with a 6-inch blade in front of him going like that. And he happened to be standing right behind me. So I got right up. I'm very aware of my environment. I got right up and sat across from him and said, yeah, just checking this out, you know. Whew. Great, we got a few videos that we can definitely spearhead tonight. For the 3rd straight year, oh, this is the fence, by the way, behind me that I want to put a container fence. It would only cost $1 billion. It'd be great. If only Trump could block the border, we'd have a lot more safety in this country. But for the 3rd straight year, police suicides have outnumbered the line of duty deaths. So I guess a line of duty deaths per year is about 160 on average. Cops die in the line of duty. But now more of them are committing suicide. I'm beginning to wonder, are they committing suicide or are they being offed? Are all the good cops being terminated because they know too much? The number of suicides among cops just does not add up. I'm beginning to believe they're being murdered. Like the NYPD cops that are dropping like flies that happen to see the 600,000 emails of Anthony Weiner. That according to James Comey, they were just copies of the same emails over and over again. I don't believe that. Those NYPD cops may have known too much, especially the homicide detective and his chief, who actually handled the Anthony Weiner emails. It's a little too suspicious that they would both kill themselves with a gunshot wound to the head. And it also is very suspicious considering the chief was about ready to retire and to collect $150,000 a year. Nobody kills themselves when they're about ready to collect $150,000 a year, sitting at home watching TV and drinking lemonade. never been arrested, don't plan on being arrested because I've never done anything wrong. My latest invention, is going to be a toilet. I'm working on a SketchUp system in the other room. Yeah, I'm working on a toilet that people could develop, that we could develop for homeless people. That would be a solution for cities like LA and San Francisco. My mobile service unit idea, I think, would be the best idea to get people, basic services, showers and mobile washing machine dryers, and possibly, getting Wi-Fi charging units, or rather solar systems that charge batteries that charge your cell phones, as well as a Wi-Fi connection. I've been a goody two-shoes for my entire life, so there's no chance in my mind that I would be arrested because I've always obeyed the law. And unlike Trump, I'm solid behind my word. I'm not a flip-flopper. Now, he's got $3.6 billion to work with now. Much of that came from heightened national park fees and help and support for the people of the Bahamas and Puerto Rico and other areas. And that $3.6 billion will only get him 175 miles. So my 1,000 miles could be done with $1 billion, but his 175 miles costs $3.6 billion. So that means that Trump's fence, wall, because he took my idea and called it a wall. His wall idea is essentially, 30 times more expensive than mine, roughly. Trump isn't out of Los Angeles, but what difference does it make? I doubt the people of Skid Row are going to have any cleaner facilities or a toilet because he's in town. He's setting up a task force to study a study of how they're going to solve it. You know full well they're going to just have FEMA come in and clean the city out. You're looking at the implementation of a new world order from Mr. Puppet President Donald Trump. I can almost guarantee that's what's going to happen. And it's not solving the problem, it's just sending them to another place and then torturing them like he's doing all the illegal immigrants who are living in substandard housing at unbelievable lack of facilities. They get a wet one for a shower every day, one little wet one. That's all they get. So his 175 miles is going to cost $3.6 billion, and on mine, $1 billion for 1,000 miles. Yeah. Okay. There I am. Protesters, Trump supporters clash as president attends a fundraising event. Really?
Down at 9 o'clock at night, but pro-Trump supporters and demonstrators, they've been out here since 3 p.m., but it was a little after 6 p.m. where things got heated, and it happened right across the street there. That's the Beverly Hills Hotel. All right, take a look at this video. So what you're looking at is clashes between pro-Trump supporters and anti-Trump demonstrators. It started when the anti-Trump people started lighting the American flag. Now keep in mind, from there were several small fights. Beverly Hills police officers, they quickly got involved each time and ultimately had to separate the two into two separate groups. I noticed there were several people detained from both sides, but I asked ultimately, and there were no arrests that were made. Now, I spoke to a Trump supporter who was not a part of the fights, and he says he's disappointed by both of the groups.
All my years, I've never seen that. I was very disappointed for both sides. I took a neutral stance. I just stood there with the sign the whole time. But the burning of the flag really hurt.
I still got family members that are struggling to pay for medication. They're elderly. They have to decide whether to pay for their medication, or even pay a bill. That's sad. But you come in office, and the first thing that you talk about is a wall.
Good point. Yeah, I get his drift. We're talking about the wall. Solving problems in our cities is part of the solution for the immigration issue. We can't even take care of a homeless yet we're opening the door. The Democrats want to let more people in. The wall is part of that scenario, but I agree, it shouldn't be the first thing we talk about. Getting people low-cost medication should be.
All right, so President Trump, he made his way to California to take part on a 4-city tour for his Make America Great Again campaign. And as we mentioned, we were there when he landed. Well, from there, from LAX, he made his way to Beverly Hills for his private fundraiser. It was hosted by multi-billionaire Jeffrey Palmer.
I was going to say Jeffrey Epstein, and he had his friend Jeffrey Epstein with him.
He was a major Republican donor during the 2016 presidential campaign, giving a reported $2 million to a PAC associated with Donald Trump. So from this 4-city stop, the president is hoping to make about $15 million right here in California. And back out here live, you can see traffic is back open. The fundraiser is officially over. People are heading back from the home to the Beverly Hills Hotel. President Trump, he is making his way to downtown Los Angeles. From there, he'll head to San Diego in the morning, where he is expected to tour the border.
Okay, so he's going to LA to get $15 million for his reelection, but he's just going to set up a task force to work on the homeless problem. And then he's going down to the border to talk about, oh, the good things we're doing, we're building a fence. All we saw was about 10 feet of that fence being built the other day from a video that Trump had delivered. Wow. You are a stupid idiot. Down the rabbit hole. You're out of here. Trump won't talk about the real issues facing the country. When asked about global climate change and how all of us have been impacted, now a hurricane descends upon Florida or Galveston, and Trump actually wants to talk about buying Greenland. Irrelevant. Changing the subject. We are not going to be able to feature your bull semen extraction system. Yeah, I know you want us to talk about it, but there was a bull semen extraction explosion at the farm dodging projectiles at the artificial insemination facility. Well, okay, it's a Newsweek article, so yeah, I guess I'll play it later. Thank you. Teaching everyone to have a high self-esteem is very, very simple. All you have to do is realize that you're here for you. You got to take care of yourself first and foremost. Yeah. You're the big winner here. You were born into this world. It's a gift. You're born into the present. That's why they call it the present. J.P. Morgan's metal dust was a criminal enterprise, U.S. says. Wow. I've been talking about this for years.
So what the U.S. government is claiming, and they were talking about this morning on a call with reporters, is that this has been going on for about 8 years. And
exactly. I've been talking about this for 8 years, too. The New York Mercantile at COMEX have been working with J.P. Morgan and buying gold and silver left and right and adjusting the paper markets of both gold and silver. I've been on this for the past 8 years. They're finally coming to talk about it. That's great. Well, I'd love to do this show all night long, but I'm going to have to break off for a little fun in the sun. Yeah. Huge break in Las Vegas shooting case. Municipal camera shows aircraft heading the wrong way. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Well, burning the flag is a terrible thing. I agree. But you Republicans supporting Russian involvement in our election, that's worse. You're traitors to this country by supporting Russian contamination in our election and turning a blind eye to what has